Sounds good.
Greetings and salutations, everyone. Oh, my camera's off. Sorry about that. Greetings and salutations, everyone. My name is Rick. I'm the Loophole King, and welcome to episode 13. We've made it past the first dozen of Oblivion Unchained. Nobody's dead yet, so it's going okay, I guess.
Emphasis on the jet. Emphasis on the yet.
on the yet. I mean, Leon's doing his best, right? Between Leon rushing ahead and Dan opening every door, I'm sure eventually something bad will happen to the party.
Sorry, you forgot something. That Orient now is cursed.
I don't know he's cursed. You don't know that he's cursed. He may be cursed. He may just enjoy
Oh,
that dagger.
Yeah, remember we
oh
were
yeah,
question mark.
Yes, it's a
yeah,
question. It's
question mark.
cursed. It's cursed question mark. We'd like to welcome everybody to the stream. Welcome all the viewers. A couple quick things to get out of the way. You still have time to spend your channel points for me to do a karaoke sing along. I may extend the duration of that another couple weeks or so. Since I am actually only streaming right now once a week, but that is changing due to my schedule. And also, we have the giveaway at 200 followers. Will be a block of D&D minis. Yeah, a whole block of these, which I think is like 6 or 8 of those boxes. And at 50 followers, or I'm sorry, 50 subscribers, we are going to give away a physical copy of the Player's Handbook, the DMG, and the Monster Manual to some lucky subscriber. So, and those are all care of Comic Book World at comicbookworld.com, Three Brothers Games, and Dirty Dips Hydrographics, which are our sponsors. You can check out Dirty Dips and Dirty Dips Hydrographics at .com and check out their website. Put a little note in your order, tell them that Rick sent you. I will be getting a promo code sometime this week, sometime next week, for that, or have another website or another link that you could use. Also, we are still looking for players for the What Lies Ahead Requiem for a Dragon Queen. I am quite picky about who plays. I do have an age restriction, which kind of limits some of the people. You must be at least 18 years old. You can join us over at the Discord and check that out. And then that seems to be it. So let's get started with introductions. Manam, as always, lead us off.
This is Muhammad Salama. I play the Triton Orient. He's the warlord, tactician of the party, and he fell in love with his new dagger.
Robert?
Hello, I'm Robert. I play Leon, the leading fighter. We've recently discovered a former sailor, and we're heading down to Imre Way to see if we can find out more of his history.
Guys, give me 1 second. Go ahead and continue. Sign Robert. Sign David.
Okay. Hi, I'm Sai. I'm playing Echo Hemlock, mountain nymph, dryad, bard, and we're currently in a lot more trouble than we think that we are. I just have that feeling.
Hi, I'm David. I play Dan Reaper. He's a Verdan warlock of an undead patron. Very fond of befriending animals and opening doors that probably shouldn't be opening.
Let me guess. The screen changed again, didn't it? Oh, goody. Give me 1 second, because apparently the map is not on there. Why not? Okay, that's... I can fix that. Wait, there it is. Why is... What the hell? Weird. As soon as I clicked on something, it came back.
Fixed it.
yeah. I was like, oh, we're back. Okay. Make sure everything's centered here, so everyone can see it. There we go. Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. And my name is Rick. I'm the Whipple King. I will be your DM. When we last left our Intrepid crew, they were finishing up at the... they were getting ready to leave. They had spent the night, the previous evening, doing some research on quite a number of items that they'd found, to include a map of sorts, a scroll that was written in Stone Giant and Goblin, that mentioned a village, and Maltriga, some sort of fire entity that Dan managed to translate. And it's more of a city history of the village history over the past couple thousand years. Dan is in the process of saying goodbye to Morris the Mule, that he's leaving here for the goblins. And they have found another runestone. And Echo was reading through the journal. Echo and Leon were reading through the journal of the captain of the ship that they apparently, the Twilight Rose, which was apparently the ship that they were on that was shipwrecked at the beginning of our adventure. So they have a lot more information. They are currently trying to find their way to Emery with just a basic map. So you guys get up in the morning, and which way you headed?
I
Southeast,
believe.
I think.
Yeah, I believe the idea is to head off towards Emery. Where are we now? We're just on the coast outside South Point.
No, you're there where it says Mayor Carl on the map.
Oh, right. Yes, of course.
So you guys going to go south towards the water, or are you going to try to just stay on the land and avoid the coast, or hike through the mountains and go around, or...
I think south towards the water, because I mean, there's some people up here we probably don't want to meet at that bandit camp again.
I'll put Giant Dan on the field here. And see if I can't shrink him down a little bit. Let's see how small that made him. Okay, there we go. Much better, Dan. Okay, so you guys are going to head this way towards the coast, or like basically kind of diagonally towards this little...
Yeah, that would be Leon's vote. Head southeast
like,
towards the coast.
Head southeast to that direction?
I'll 100%. That sounds good to me.
Okay. Sounds good to me, too. I just wanted a general direction on what you guys were doing. So you guys leave early in the morning. You say goodbye to the goblins. The goblins are, of course, not happy to see you go.
I did not say goodbye. I just left.
I'm sure you didn't. But Bork and Gort Leon, they make sure that you have yourself 2 really nice sized jugs of the new clear corn wine.
I was just about to mention that I topped off my jugs of fire water.
Yes, you have 2 additional jugs. Like you had 2 jugs, they gave you 2 more.
Well, I don't want to get carried away. I'll swap out the old ones for the new ones.
You swap out the old ones for the new ones. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't want to get too much. I mean, you don't want Orient. You don't want Orient drinking all your stash. I mean, he's kind of he can't really,
if he wants some.
yeah, he can't hold his liquor very well. To be honest with you, right? So you guys head off. I need someone to roll me survival.
Does anybody have proficiency in that?
Yes.
In which case, I can help you with that.
Okay.
To give you advantage.
Okay. So yeah, you have advantage. So roll again, please. Oh,
Wow.
You went totally the opposite.
Yeah. By the way, that is proficiency.
Yeah. So Leon gets you guys going in the right direction. I mean, after about a half a day's travel, you guys are like, yeah, this feels like we're making good time. Now, of course, this is not the scale, as it were. But you guys make good time. You're still in the forest. Like I said, it's not the dense forest, so you guys make pretty good time. You can move at a fairly decent pace if you want. Like, not fast. You don't have to move at a fast pace, but you can move at a fairly decent pace. So I'll give you about 10 miles or so before lunch. Are you guys going to force your way through? Like, are you guys just going to do the regular, we're going to stop for lunch, and then head out at the same pace and not really worry about it?
Yeah, I don't think we're...
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'd like to get to Emery within a sort of fairly swift amount of time. But on the other hand, I don't see any point in rushing things and putting ourselves in.
Okay, so I just want to know if you were moving at a fast pace, then you would have lower rolls, lower perception against the things that are out there trying to kill you.
Yeah, Dan's going to be keeping a very close eye out for those sort of like tremor-style graboids that we saw last time we were in this region. Don't run into one of those.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point.
So you guys, can I get another survival check, please? I'm going to make you do these twice a day.
It's still Leon or somebody around.
Well, unless Leon is behind somebody, it'd be Leon.
Leon
and since
is
Leon
64 feet in front of the group.
Since Leon is 64 feet in front of the group, it would be Leon.
All right.
And basically, Echo is helping by telling you to slow down, look out for things. Yeah. Like she's basically doing the don't touch it, don't touch it. Okay. Why is that not on there? Give me a second. I need to find one of my... there it is. I needed to put my dice tray back from when I was looking at stuff. I would love to get credit to whoever made this picture that you guys are seeing right now. However, it came inside one of the modules for Foundry, and it's just like a basic page. So I have no idea.
It is a Cauldron Keep from Descendants of Avernus.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yep.
Alright, so that day goes pretty uneventful. What order are you guys taking watches in? Or are you taking a watch?
I think we should definitely have watches. I'll take last watch then.
Okay.
I'll take the third.
That means I'm on second.
Okay, so the order... Is this going to be like the standard order? For the most part?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so... First is Leon. Then Dan. then Orient, and then Echo is last.
Yeah.
Okay.
How many ration I remove?
It depends. Are you guys are you trying to hunt and forage while you guys are doing this, or are you just eating hardtack, the rations themselves while you're doing it?
I think we should definitely try and forage and conserve our rations where we can.
Leon definitely prefers fresh meat over rations.
All right. Then give me a another survival check to see if you find food. Again, with advantage because everybody's helping. I mean, it's basically a. I'm assuming Leon is the one who's proficient and has the highest proficiency bonus in it.
I would think that's probably accurate. Yeah.
Could you give it a roll for me? I'm still loading in. It's +3.
Okay. 14. Or a 14. Okay. So, yeah, you guys find some, rabbit, some squirrels. Like, you guys manage to fill your, manage to, not have to spend any of your rations for the day. So, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Does Orient still have this weird hunger thing?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Orient eats more than he should. But you guys find enough food for, everybody's doing well. But you guys still notice that Orient is still eating like he's eating for 2 people. Like he's eating twice as much.
Wow.
I'm thinking like strange that Leon didn't think that's some sort of competition.
Yeah, Leon tries to eat as much as Orient does.
I'm not
Okay. Okay.
Of course.
So the two Echo, you and Dan see Orient start in on a second squirrel leg, and Leon immediately snatches up what's left of the rabbit and starts shoving it in his face as fast as he can.
I would expect no less. All right.
So Leon, your and Dan's watches go without incident. Orient, can you give me a wisdom save, please? Or are you not in yet? You're not in yet.
Still not in.
Okay.
I'd just like to think Leon signs up for the first watch because he doesn't like having a bedtime.
Yeah.
Like
Orient.
Again, that sounds on brand.
Leon would also notice when he goes to wake Dan to take the next watch that Dan is like a little bit achy. Except just my joints hurt.
Oh. Okay. So Orient, yeah, yours goes uneventful. And Echo's, yours does as well.
Awesome.
Orient, the whole time that you're on watch, but you just keep like fiddling with the dagger, like you unconsciously like rolling it between your fingers. If you've ever seen a movie with somebody who's really proficient with knives, kind of like roll it across their fingers and kind of twirl it in their hand, and you just kind of absently-minded do that. And Echo, when you wake up, you see Orient. Orient comes over to wake you up and tells you, and you see him. He's just kind of like fiddling with this knife still, this dagger.
Of course he is. Okay. I'll note that for future reference, but at the moment it's not very worrying.
Nah, not really. And yours goes fairly quiet as well. And are you making breakfast at the end of your watch, basically?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll once it starts becoming light, I'll start preparing breakfast so that there's something for when everybody wakes up.
Okay. I'm gonna assume you guys can find some berries and nuts and things like that. Like you caught live food for dinner, and basically berries and some water and stuff for lunch, for breakfast. Since Echo's not much of a meat eater.
Yeah, I will tell the guy like I have ration for like 25 days, so they shouldn't have worry about that. Like I stock up ration for everyone.
No, I did, which was very good. Which was very good of you. But if we can eat natural foods whilst we're here, it makes sense for us to not have to spend more money on rations replacing them later if we can avoid doing so.
Yeah. That makes sense. I'm totally okay with that. So, Leon, add it again, please.
All right.
Oh, of course you.
Oh, still making good time. And Dan, can you give me a D12 roll, please? Uneventful. Seems fine. I'm going to go ahead and let's do this. Let's see what these were. Oh, okay. Cool. And Leon, if you can go ahead and just give me like 3 more rolls, we'll do the next couple of days.
All right,
Get
all
this
at
out of
advantage.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you guys have a map. Okay. Yeah, you guys stay on point. Like I said, Dan has a map. You guys have plenty of nope, that is not it. That is not the one I want. Sorry, I'm trying to find the right map. There it is. You guys come across on your 3rd day. You guys will be here. Did I not fix Dan's size? I'll probably have to fix Dan's size again. I think maybe. I'm not sure. Why are these not tokens? Why are these just curses? Nope, that's not going to do it. Why is it still using your avatar? Dan token. That didn't do anything, did it? Why did... This is so weird sometimes. I mean, you ever see those and you're just like, why is this not doing what I want it to do?
All the time.
Ah, there we go. I go here, I go here, I go, I have the Dan selected, and I will assign the token to Dan. Yay! I'll do this with everybody while you guys are taking a look. Because apparently you just wanted to use your avatar picture for some reason. I think it might have been when I reset the mod. Echo over here. Echo. So you guys come across this nice looking log bridge, or this area that you can see. I'll move you guys over because you guys would come in this way here.
At the moment, all I can see is the main map, mate. Just so you know.
Oh, my bad. I forgot to click that. Bring everybody over here. I do not know which one of these is. I think it might be that one. Ah, it was that one. Sweet. See, look at me doing things. Okay. And Orient, last but not least. Luckily, it stores all those things when you use them, so I just have to scroll down and click on them. Another thing that's much easier than Roll20. This would have taken 20 minutes to do in Roll20. Alright, so those of you that can see where you're at, you can see where you're at. You see a little log bridge, but you also see what looks like a little stone ravine into the looks like it's been broken down, so it looks like from the water is flowing in this direction, right?
There's a weird dynamic lighting thing with my map. If I try to move it more to the middle, I get a black shadow across the middle of it. Can't see anything.
Oh, let me double check here.
Well, if it's grayed out, that's you currently don't have vision, but you have seen it before.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's grayed out, it's where your token was before.
Right.
So is your vision moving properly? Like there should be big black triangles and then darker gray triangles.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the dynamic vision.
Okay.
Okay, so the water flows from left to right, and it looks like there's a big crevasse here, and this side over here.
Did Dan jump in the water?
I'm just getting lag and trying to move my token around.
I know. No, the token still has a 5-second delay for some reason. Even with all the modules off, I don't know what the issue is, and I can't fix it. They said, check your modules, and I was like, okay, I checked my modules. So I don't know what the issue is. But
basically, Dan has rushed up to the riverbank and is just looking down at where this felled tree is laying across the river, just like assessing it. It's serviceable, I guess, but
yeah, this side of this side of the river where I'm painting, it looks like it used to be maybe a road or a building, or like it looks like work stone, kind of like the crevice does. Like it's not natural, as you can tell by the patterns on it.
What's the time of now of day?
It's like 11 o'clock. Like you guys are getting close to lunch.
Oh, turn to guys. We wanna look to this place. Seems different from any place we passed from here.
I'm open to a bit of exploring.
Alright, I'll check the bridge, and Leon tries to run across the bridge.
I will hold him before I go that.
Okay.
I'll try to give a second. Let's look if there's anything between the bridge And I will pick up Dan also. Oh God.
Okay. Uh, give me an investigation check or a perception check because you're not on the bridge checking it out. You're just staring at it from a slight distance here.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it looks sound. Looks like a big tree. Like Leon's got his foot on it and it's not moving at the moment. So
What are you doing, Orient? Let me go.
Yeah, don't jump on there before, like, you don't know what's hiding.
Well, there's one way to find that out. We can
By,
stay on this side of the river forever, or we can cross over to the other side.
it's not about staying. It's just we're gonna look and then move. Like, we're gonna see if there's anything there. Like, of course we're gonna not stay here forever, and I will move.
okay, give me 1 second.
Oh God. And the DM said, "Give me 1 second."
Yeah. I mean, it's a thing. It's a thing that happens. No, that's not the one. Oh, yeah, there we are. Sorry, I thought they were already on here. I thought I used them before, but apparently they were from my Saturday night game. As you guys cross across that, so let's move. Since you guys crossed in this order, with Leon going first, right?
Yep.
And then Dan, then Echo, then Orient.
Yeah.
All right, give me 1 second while I rearrange the tokens. There we go.
Yeah, no, that sounds good to me. Squishy ones in the middle.
Oh boy.
Oh God.
Jesus, wet.
Sorry, let me target the proper person here. Leon and Echo. Oops, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So Leon and Echo, you both see
Beasties.
yeah. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me stop doing that. I'm trying to give you guys the picture. So you see two of these with tridents burst up out of the water. Leon, they missed you. Echo, not so much.
Mm-hmm.
A 23
Of
hits
course
you
not.
unless you have some other way of avoiding
No,
it.
no, no. No, 23 hits me.
You take 11 piercing damage.
Ow, 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 ow.
And then let's roll for initiative, shall we?
Initiative, are we?
Yes.
Buggery.
Like you,
Where's
you
my...
can You can hear Orient say, "I told you so." And
Holy
how to
crap!
roll?
I rolled a 1 and a 2.
Ooh,
Uh,
How to roll initiative in this?
it's
Because
uh,
on your
it's
character
different.
sheet.
yeah, yeah. You can do it on your character sheet, or you can click your
Oh,
token and click combat state and then move.
okay, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Not this one.
Yeah. You can just roll the die on the combat tracker. All right, we will begin combat. Echo, it's all you.
I'm casting that as my bonus action, and I'm bamfing over here,
Okay.
and then as my action, I'm going to go, ow, and I I can't. Can I? I can't. I've already cast a spell, so I can't cast another one.
You can cast a cantrip.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to. No. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use one of my bardic inspirations,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to give it to Orient.
Okay. So, Orient, you now have a bardic inspiration.
Wouldn't that be another bonus action though?
Uh,
Can
yeah,
I
that
do that
would.
as an action?
No, it's a It's classified as a
No.
bonus action.
In which case, then I'll bamf over here and use my movement to move a little bit further away, and then I'm gonna end my go there. Then.
Okay. I'm trying to turn this on. It doesn't seem to be playing. Oh well.
Uh, by the way, I will. I want to give my Dan my initiative order.
Okay.
Like I will look to Dan. Dan, move, and he will move before me.
Okay. So Dan, update initiative value 17. Update and then Orient goes on a 10. All right. So, Echo, that was your turn. Dan.
Just check it. So I'm moving before Leon. That's not 100%. Great. Okay. Which one of these was the one that hit Echo?
The one to the bottom. Here, I'll mark him with a. Oh, nope. That's fine. The one on the bottom. So.
Stan is going to have his little goblin mummy hand in one hand, and then just spin his quarterstaff in his other hand as he points out and calls out the incantation. And there's a bubbling churning in the sort of river underneath as a bunch of horrible ghostly figures reach up and try grasping at this thing, trying to drag it down under the water.
What's its save?
Dexterity saving throw.
It got a 10.
Okay, so it takes 11 points of necrotic damage.
That would be that one.
And then with my bonus action, I'm gonna command Dada to flutter over to the other one and use an attack against it.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me put Nada out there. Labeled as familiar at the moment. The other one you said? Or the same one?
The other one.
Okay. So you should have his character sheet, or its character sheet, or...
Yeah, I don't currently have one set up, so
Okay.
I'm just checking what the specific of the attack would be.
Seems like a poison stinger, isn't it?
The one with the mark with it on is the one that your Death's Grasp was just latched onto. On the map.
The one that said, so Marrow Abomination 1 and Marrow Abomination. So 1 is the one that has the death scrap on it.
So yeah, so the one below has like, again, this swarm of spirits trying to like drag it down, and the other one I'm gonna get data to fight over and attack. I'm just checking because I have Pact of the Chain if I get to add my proficiency bonus to his chance to hit.
Let's say yes. For now.
So it would be +6 to hit.
And then jump in the water.
Again, this fucking. So that's only an 11 to hit.
That will miss. So then it's Leon's turn. Leon has a polearm.
Leon does have a pole. Leon is going to do kind of a bit of a spin move as he steps into range, whipping that pole arm around and taking a swing at the one on the bottom.
On the bottom? Sure.
Nice.
That's a
All
hit.
right. I would like to, well, his speed is, or something happens on a crit with my Slayer feat. What's that?
Mhm.
I don't know either. Let me figure that out. Or Slasher feat.
Oh, slasher.
You score a critical hit, slash and deal damage that grievously wounded until the start of its next turn. Target has disadvantage on all attack rolls.
Oh, well, that seems unhelpful.
And I would like to tack onto that one of my exploits. Do the bell ringer, so I believe it's a con save. Okay, it's not letting me roll that for some reason.
Roll what?
Nice hit, dude.
I'm trying to put my Slayer's exploit on it. The bell ringer. Spend a point when I hit with a melee weapon attack. Target attack must make Constitution saving throw. If it fails, it is paralyzed.
Okay. Con save or paralyzed?
Yes, I believe it's DC with my strength. What's it? 8 plus 2 plus 4. So that's 14 DC.
It fails. So it is paralyzed?
Yes.
So it's
Oh god.
paralyzed.
So there's damage on the crit and paralyzed until. Where is it? How long is that? It can't repeat save at the end of its turn.
Okay.
And that's my go.
Sorry, I'm trying to use this new thing here. Okay. I put it on and took it off, I put it on and took it off, I put it on and took it off. That's fine. Alright, so it took 9 damage? No, it took more than that.
I clicked on critical. I rolled a 1 and a 3 on my 2 critical die.
Oh, okay. So it took 9.
Yeah, it took 9.
Yeah, but you paralyzed it, dude. That was huge.
It shouldn't have attacked my friend.
As one of the persons being attacked, I half the crit.
Yeah, so it's paralyzed and has disadvantage on its next attack, but it can't do anything because it has to make a saving throw at the end of its turn. Anyway, so Orient.
Orient will look to Dan and hit his head. Ah, come on, Dan, move! Why are you between them? And first he will bonus action. He will use his tactical insight And instigation.
On which
Oh
one?
God. And the one on the upper, the one
The
here.
the top one. Okay.
Yes.
So this guy, he has a skill check of deception. He made it. It does
Okay.
not work.
So yeah, I will move closer to Dan, and I will shoot this one because he's far from me with arrow.
Okay.
Longbow, sorry. So I think he's paralyzed. I have advantage against
The
him.
one on the bottom is paralyzed. The one on the top isn't.
So yeah, I have attack.
Yeah. If you're shooting at the one on the top or the one on the bottom.
In the bottom.
Okay.
The one who paralyzed. Okay, advantage. 22.
That hits.
And damage. You must roll attack. Okay, I roll that.
You just click the damage button underneath.
I click. He said you must roll attack before rolling damage. That's strange.
Nah. I clicked it.
Okay. So,
So he takes 9.
by the way, he paralyzed, so it is critical. So it is another
Oh, yeah.
1d, yeah, 1d8.
Or no, it's 8. So it's. You rolled the d8. So it'll be 8 more. So it'll be 8 more. Because basically you rolled the extra die anyway. So.
Oh, okay.
Didn't that apply in Robert's case? Because he rolled both dice. Shouldn't it have just been roll one dice and add maximum for the second one?
Is that not what he did?
No, I rolled 2 dice.
Uh-oh.
I forgot you do the full damage on crit.
Okay. So.
It would have been instead of what was it, 6?
It's 7 more damage. I rolled a 3 on the second die.
Okay, so 7 more
Add
damage.
7 to get to 10.
Okay.
7 additional.
Okay. That's fine. He's nearly dead.
And like you see me holding and taking my shield now and holding my longbow.
Well, you can't hold your shield and your longbow. They're both two-handed.
I don't want to throw my longbow because I'm afraid if I throw it will fall in the river.
If you want to take your shield out, that's kind of the thing that has to happen. You can toss it down, or you can use your object interaction to put it away, but you still won't have your shield.
I'm gonna toss it down, but I will toss it between my legs. I will not throw it in the river
Okay.
and hold my shield.
Okay. This guy's turn. He is gonna do this. Okay. He will leap out of the water to here. And then we'll attack Leon. Let me see. Yeah, so he'll attack Leon with the trident. That's an 18 hit, Leon?
Yep, AC 16.
Okay. So 15 damage. And then he'll try to bite you. And that misses. The bite misses. This one makes his Constitution save again.
No, it's at the end of its turn it makes the dex save.
No, Constitution for paralyzed.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's you guys fucked it up. Like it's done for. I'm just saying it goes last, and it was paralyzed this turn. So it's dead. I'm just making the rolls for it. So it's not paralyzed anymore.
Then it takes the damage from Death Grasp, but it's supposed to be at the end of its turn, so it's the damage that I already applied to it. So.
Yeah. So it is. I don't see. There's a lot of stuff on here. Dead isn't one of them. There you go. One dead marrow. Abomination. So yeah. So as the thing kind of shakes off Leon's power, like it's kind of been stuck there, kind of like bobbing in the water a little bit, and then all of a sudden it kind of like shakes its head, and then you see the hands that Dan has around it kind of just grab a hold of it. You see the necrotic energy just kind of like suck the remaining life force out of it as they drag him under the water.
And I will drop concentration on the spell.
And Echo, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm going to use this for my bonus action.
Okay.
So that's a use of Bardic Inspiration. And then I'm casting this on at second level.
Oh. Okay, so it needs to make a wisdom
Saving throw. Yeah,
Wisdom.
the DC on that.
Well, it rolled a 4, so it takes it.
Okay. Well, in which case then.
Yeah, I'm not rolling the additional D6 for you because it got a 0, like basically.
Are you kidding me? 7 points of damage. I rolled 4d6 on that and rolled a 7. Are you kidding me?
At least they weren't rolling for stats.
Yeah.
Boom. Anyway, and that's my go.
Okay.
And it has forced movement now, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, it does have force movement. On a failed save, moves to start. Yeah, so it starts to move this way. Leon, take your attack of opportunity on it as it.
Attack of opportunity.
Oh yeah, because it's going to have to go this way. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
That hits.
Ooh, nice.
Leon, you get a good crack in it as it takes off, and it runs. It'll run this way and then dive into the water. Here.
Ow!
Oops, sorry. Dan, it's your turn. Or no, Dan. I'm sorry.
Bonus action, just going to direct data again to just try and take another claw at this thing.
Okay. That's a hit.
So it needs to make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw.
Which it fails.
So it takes 2d4 poison damage and is poisoned for the next minute. Can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns.
Okay. So it is poisoned. And it takes 6 points of damage from Dada. So. Okay. Is that all you're doing?
And then I'm going to cast a Decaying Veil.
Okay. That seems. Con save again. Roll your damage.
One.
What? That's a non-zero sum. Oh, I did that wrong. Yeah.
And then if Dan's able to sort of like just edge around the edge of Leon. And,
Yeah, you can.
Onto the shore.
And then it's Leon's turn.
All right. First of all, bonus action, second wind. I'll roll that after my turn.
Okay.
But just trust that I'm running up next to him.
Yeah.
Tokens give me difficulty.
Yeah,
I
you're
run
good.
up within 10 feet. I will use a Masterful Strike, which is spend an exploit on that. What that does is when you make an attack, you can expend exploit to roll 2d6 or equal to proficiency bonus. If the attack misses, I can add those to the AC or to the attack until it hits. And if I do hit, I can use them on the damage.
Right. So roll for attack.
So let me get back to my glaive. Sorry, I got a new character sheet. I don't know everything I do.
It's okay. That will hit. So you can spend the rest of it on the damage.
All right, so this plus 5. So 17 damage.
And call it. Because it dies a horrible, painful death.
So Dan scampers between Leon's legs, and then Leon takes off at a sprint after him, curving right after this guy, jumping off the log, take a couple steps, and then just overhand with the glaive down on top of him.
Yeah, so you guys are out of combat. You got these kind of bloated bodies floating in the river.
I will pick up my longbow and I tell Leon, catch the one who near to you, Leon.
Can I try and snag him with my glaive?
Yeah. There's nothing. They're not moving. This is not fast moving at the moment. Like where you guys like this little bend, it's not fast moving. It is moving, but not so much that you guys can't get the bodies out if you want.
Okay, I'll fish this one in.
Okay.
Yeah, I will help Leon with that.
Leon pulls him in. Nice. The other one's starting to slide down the bottom a little bit.
Dan's gonna just like scurry up to Echo and just are you okay? That looks like quite a bad hit.
I'm a little injured, but I'll use it now that the threat seems to have gone. I think I'll use a little magic to help me heal, and I'm going to cast healing words on myself.
Okay.
Orient will stand up and look to Dan and Sai, telling them, to Echo, Mr. also. You better be far from the bushes, like you don't know what's behind you. Stay close to us.
I was in between both of you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to use another healing word, because I can.
You guys have about a couple of seconds before this one goes over the waterfall. Are you going to try to stop it?
No. Nobody told me to get that one.
Yeah. So this is a question for the DM.
Sure.
If you remember that when I tried to create the longbow, one of the things I need to bring like tissue, some tinned large animal and
Tendons?
yes.
Yeah.
And I get it from this creature.
Make a survival check.
I will look to my friend Leon.
Yeah, what do you want?
I need your help. I'm thinking of creating that large bow, and you see, I need some tendons from this creature.
Say no more. Leon will pull out his dagger and get to work.
I will assist him with that.
After I've healed myself, I'm going to stand around and keep watch while Leon is butchering these two creatures.
Yeah, Leon, this is a humanoid. This is not like an animal. Like this is a person animal.
Yeah.
It's like it's like trying to gut a fish with feet. Like it's not.
I proudly hand orient the entire leg.
Yeah, you totally hand him the entire leg. Or no, you hand him all the meat off of the leg minus the bone.
Don't know what you want with this, but I'm not one to judge.
I just told you I need these for creating
Right,
a weapon.
creating a longbow. Gotcha.
I'm grateful. You don't seem believing me. Anything wrong with that?
No, nothing wrong.
So, what do I write for the loot? For the loot.
You have a marrow abomination leg meat.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, and I will. Can you write this one because I'm not good with writing.
Yeah. Let me
Thank you.
toss it on there for you. Um, inventory. Uh, where's the add button? Seems really odd that there's not a. Oh. Weapons, equipment, consumable, containers, loot. Add. New loot. We will edit the info and call it. And I misspelled it. There we go. As everybody watches my horrid writing. There you go. Marrow abomination leg meat.
And yeah, I will look to others. And while we traveling, let's try to able to. By the way, when you said ironwood, you mean it is a tree, but it's called ironwood, right?
Yep. It's iron root. Yeah. You need wood from an iron root tree. Ironwood.
Root, wood, ironwood. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, Orient will keep an eye on this and tell the party about this one.
Orient. Yeah, I'll do this. Huh. Okay. Yes, what are you guys doing? Aside from butchering this thing.
I didn't. Did it have anything else of note on it?
It had the trident
Eh,
and
it's not really Leon.
crappy, crappy little, leather pieces.
Yeah, I don't think I need any of that.
But yeah, it didn't have anything on it. But this is not where it might have had stuff where it lived in its lair or their lair, but
Leon would imagine their lair is kind of wet, so he's not interested in that.
no. I mean, you do have a fish guy with you.
Yeah, or ain't go swim to their lair.
No.
Okay. Need to get more meat from them. I'll keep an eye
Second,
on lemongrass so you can season that up pretty nicely.
I will not eat them.
Okay.
Where are you putting this leg
Yeah.
meat, Orient?
Like our rabbit.
In what?
And look at
You're wrapping it in what?
in a cloth. I have a cloth from the. You remember the cloth that I wrapped with the head of a griffin?
Okay.
This is not coming anywhere near me. You are going to be 20 feet off in that direction because you are carrying around a dead fish person leg and it's going to stink.
What about the bag of holding?
Just understand that I'm going to make you walk over there if you carry this around with you.
Yeah, so let's put it in the bag of holding.
You'll never get that smell out.
It is a bag, like it is like abnormal magical bag. I don't think it will.
There is, you have literally zero chance of me putting that in the bag of holding. Right? Just abuse yourself of the notion right now that that's ever going in the bag of holding. All right,
I need
and work your way forward from there.
I need that for oh god, like
No, you
uh,
don't. We can find much better materials than diseased, rotten fishman leg.
I will toss the leg
Thank you.
Okay.
here.
So you're not keeping the leg?
No, no, no.
Oh.
No, we are not keeping the leg.
I was just asking.
And I'm
And
just
look,
telling.
Yeah, I was
no,
just questioning.
Arians would think a little and said, I don't know about this creature. Like, if I have like a little bit my memory back, but are these creatures normal live here?
Make a nature check.
Nature. 20?
Yeah, they're. I mean, as far as you know, I mean, marrow are known water creatures. I mean, it's not like they're not unheard of. I mean, as a Triton, you're like, yeah, totally. Like this is totally someplace you'd see them. You know, makes total sense for these guys. Like they're not nice. They're not nice people. So, especially the abominations, they're just like normal marrow are kind of like almost like merfolk, but they're more of. I'm trying to think. Did you ever watch? Did you watch the Aquaman movie?
Yeah.
Okay, so the fish people that were part of Atlantis are merfolk, and then the weird things that jumped up on the boat. That's what these are. From the trench, the weird trench people that chased them. That's what these are. Kind
Ah,
of,
they look like the Shahagin, if I remember.
yeah,
Like they have sharp teeth and
yeah, they do. Let me see. Here's the picture again. Right there, you go.
If you remember them, then they're probably normally out in the ocean. What would they be doing here inland in freshwater?
that's good
Maybe they
question.
swim upstream to spawn.
And don't forget we are near from the sea. Like we are not that far.
I suppose that's true.
And if
Dean, you said there was something notable about the wall over here.
Yeah, it's not a regular wall. I mean, it's a wall. It's not a cliff.
Okay, so it's constructed.
Yes.
Anything? It looks pretty old in the picture. Anything Leon can determine from looking at it? Is it?
Give me a history
what was
check.
it built for? History. Where is that? All right. 16 on history.
It looks like it's an old fortified wall of some sort.
I'm gonna go see what's up top here, and Leon starts climbing.
Okay.
I have I will tell Leon. I have what they call it The rope with the climbing. What they call it?
All right, then I'll race you.
What they call it?
He's going to race you up to the top. You have a grappling hook, but yes, Leon's going to try to race you up to the top.
It's not a. Oh God! I
Oh,
didn't
yes,
make.
race.
Screw it! And I will do my grappling hook. I will raise it.
Okay. Give me a attack roll. That seems like the more appropriate thing.
I will roll one. One d20. 4. 16.
Okay, so you managed to grapple the top of the side there. Leon, give me a athletics or acrobatics check, please. Okay, Orient, give me an athletics check, please.
Do I have an advantage because I have a rope?
Mm. That's a good question.
Maybe a lower DC on the climb.
Yeah, no, you don't. You don't have advantage on it, but yes, your DC is technically lower. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
Leon, he's about 10 feet ahead of you.
Oh, not for long.
Both of you make one more. Yeah, Orient beat you to the top, Leon.
Ah, all right.
Not by much,
Yeah,
by like
yeah.
about 6 feet, like a body length. He beat you by like a body length.
Yeah, right.
And you
While
guys,
that's happening, can Dan just be sat cross-legged with his back against the wall, seeing through Dada's eyes?
yeah,
Have him shape into a bat and just fly up and just do a bit of like echolocation around to get an indication if there's any threat on the other side that they're heading towards.
no, there's nothing. Random animals, random foresty creatures. You do get a sense that there's a path up there now. Like he can make out that there's an actual path. Like you guys have been just kind of like hiking through the woods, and now you find a little bridge and some walls, and you guys you're coming upon what appears to be like a worn path.
Then I'll have him like flutter back down to like settle into the cage. Fruit bat probably got a couple of weird other bits in as well. But just
Yeah,
like feed him.
yeah. Well, as he comes back, you're like he turned into a fruit bat, except he has a beaver tail. Which makes it a little harder to fly, but it's a tiny beaver tail. It's not a full size beaver tail, so he's getting better. Like he's almost got the whole thing done.
Blink back to himself and look up at. It looks like there's a path up there, so probably we don't want to explore it. I guess we should go after them.
Leon's looking down the wall and coming to the conclusion that the portion he climbed up was taller than the portion Orc climbed up.
Give me a perception check. Actually, no. Actually, give me a intelligence check.
No, that's just the conclusion. Leon.
Oh no! I just
All right, intelligent. You said.
yes. Yeah, it's about 5 feet taller on your side.
It was just poor planning on my part. I should have picked the. I shouldn't have given him the head start that I did.
Yeah.
I will look to Leon like breathe out and say, why did I raise him again?
Why not?
Yeah, I meant to give you the grappling hook to help you.
But you ended up climbing really fast.
I don't know why.
I'll walk over and I'll just clap him on the shoulder and then take a look around. Anything up here?
There's a path up here. Looks like it's worn, but it's old, but it is a path. Dan, you get ready to start climbing. Give me a perception check. Oh, yeah. As you start to try to get your way up with everybody else holding onto the rope, you look over and you see that right about here it just kind of like slopes up and makes a little hop and slopes up again, like it used to be like maybe an old stairwell or some sort of step, STEPPE kind of, maybe a garden step or something. Seems much easier for you to navigate on that side, and probably much easier for Echo and everybody else had they bothered to look and not just race up the side.
Yeah, if they want to do it the boring way.
Yeah, I see the we would go around and climb up.
Yeah, the steps are only about 5 feet tall, so it's real easy for like Echo to climb up. Greg, kind of give you a little hand. They're not hard. You guys get to the top, and you find yourself on a overgrown path. So like it's worn. You can tell that it was used a long time ago, but it still has. You can still tell there's a path there for some came from this wall or maybe further in or something in the past. But it leads in the direction you guys are going.
All right, you guys want to follow the path?
Seem a little bit. I'll look down. I hope it's safe here. But this time let's watch out from anything. We don't want to get jump out, and I will look to our poor Echo like.
It's alright, I'm fully healed now.
Yeah. So Echo's like, I'm fine. What? Like there's no blood on her. She's it looks like nothing happened. She's prestidigitated all the blood away. Like you look over and you're like, oh, like didn't you have a hole in your shirt? No. Echo's like, nothing to see here.
Okay, so yeah, let's be careful that we'll not get jump on again. And yeah.
Okay. So you
Yeah,
guys.
Leon will head out in front. I've got my javelin out, ready to throw it at any game that walks by. As Leon's 65 feet in front of everyone.
I will be in the back, so no one jump from the back side.
So you guys travel about another hour. Leon, a really nice deer just darts out in front of you.
Oh, throw the javelin.
Okay, roll to hit. Oh yeah, you get it. Roll for damage. Yeah, you guys are walking along, and Leon's about 66 feet in front of everybody. And you just see Leon. You see this deer dart out into the path, and Leon, just as soon as you see the deer, Leon's javelin is leaving his hand. Skewers it right through the chest. It falls over, and Leon's like, ha 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 ha.
I got us dinner. So yeah, then spend whatever time I need to field strip that for.
Yeah. Yeah, you managed to field strip it fairly easily. You guys have dinner. I need everyone to give me a D12 roll, please.
Everyone.
Yes.
Oh God.
Leon, on your watch, do you feel like you're being watched? You feel like something's out there eyeballing you. You're not sure what it is, but you're like keen senses of being a cat in the dark. You're like, something's looking at me. But you can't seem to, you kind of wander around the camp a little bit, not getting too far away. Well, I'm sorry. What are you doing? You feel like something's watching you. What do you?
Yeah, I would take a lap around the camp, and then another lap a bit farther out if I needed to.
Yeah.
But not leaving the edge of the camp, the firelight.
Okay. Yeah, you don't see anything, but you can still feel it. You wake Dan up and let Dan know. Dan, you have the same feeling. Once Leon points it out, you can start the hackles on the back of your neck. They're kind of you just get that feeling that something's watching you.
Probably because Dada's already in bat form, just do a couple of quick loops overhead, just using echolocation and just trying to spot.
Okay.
Anything
give me a perception check for data.
Points to where Echo's sleeping, the echolocation.
You missed it. You missed it the first time he did it, but you picked it up on the second shot. So I'll give you that one. But you were inside the 3-point line for that one. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Foot was over the line.
Yeah. Donna doesn't notice anything particularly out of place. But then again, echolocation doesn't really, it's not as good as, dark vision / good perception rolls. Donna's kind of flying around and kind of gets distracted occasionally by the random moth. And, like there's a big bird over there. Like he does notice like a larger bird, like maybe an owl-sized creature. But it's like 200 feet away.
Dan would probably be like a little bit curious. Maybe like to the edge of the campfire and just see if he can like spot this owl. Just do a little bit of bird watching.
Yeah, since since Donna pointed it out to you, basically, you can see there's an owl sitting on the, fairly nice sized owl. It's an adult, and it's like once you sit there for a second, you can see it kind of turns and looks at you for a minute, and then keeps like turning, like it's looking for something, but you're a little big to eat. Right? You're not quite food sized.
Dan's gonna try to like cup his hands to his mouth and see if he can do like an accurate bird call for an owl, and just try to just signal to it.
Are you using your speak with animals, or are you just winging this one?
No, genuinely just trying to do like a bird call.
Okay.
Not like animals to talk, but just see if he can actually recall.
Okay, give me a performance check. See if you can recall the sound a hoot owl makes. Yeah, I mean, you hoot. Yeah, you're close. It does respond with like a, but really kind of like it seems more annoyed that you're making noises, like scaring away the food, than it is like actually answering you back.
Maybe gonna just like rummage around in my pack, see if I can find out some dried jerky. It's not like the best thing that it would want, but just set that out, and then back up so it can come grab it if it wants it.
No, it looks at you for probably another 10 minutes or so, and then swoops off of the branch, and you see it kind of swoop into the brush, and it grabs some sort of small animal and flies further away.
Yeah, then I will go back to camp and just keep watch until it's time to wake Orient for next watch.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah. You wake Orient up. Orient, do you tell Orient about the thing watching, or you think it's the owl, or?
Yeah, no, there's definitely the same like impression that there's definitely something out there that's like meaningfully watching us.
Yeah.
We just can't find what it is. Just pass that information on down the line.
What is you seeing? What?
I don't know, it just feels like there's something out there. I had a look around. My dad had to do it as well, and I don't see anything. But yeah, just kind of check the feeling there's something watching us.
Okay, I will stand up and I will wear my chainmail and sit, and I will start fiddling with my dagger and watching the place.
Okay. As you're doing that, Orient, you have the urge to go hunt something. Like you really want to go hunting. Like you're holding the knife, and the knife, you kind of feel the knife kind of like pulling you, like you can feel the fact that you need to go hunt something again.
Stand up. Look around. Like how long that when Dan wake me up?
It's probably a half an hour or 45 minutes almost. I mean, Dan is securely snoozing.
Yeah. I will go to Leon, waking him up.
What? Huh? What?
Leon, can you give me an hour?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And I will dart the shadow.
Okay. Um,
And I will start searching for any animals that I can hunt.
okay. Uh, give me a. What's your passive perception?
13.
13. Okay. Um, we're gonna take a quick break here, real quick. I got to check on the minions. It's 2:45. I gotta make sure their homework's done. Um, give me 1 second.
Okay.
We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Alrighty, bye.
I'm sorry. I've gone back and checked the messages again, and I'm getting to the point where I'm like, I don't want to send it out openly, but I am seriously considering sending him a direct message saying,
Yeah. No. Mm. Mm. Okay, maybe this will make you feel better when you watch what happens next.
God.
All right, we're
Not
back.
me.
And Orient, you find yourself here. In a dark forest.
I was going to say, now, if that's not ominous, I don't know what is.
I cannot see anything, by the way. Dark, black, darkness.
It's like a big sign going, here, entering the pit of despair. Or,
Yeah, let
here is the cave of terror.
me turn all this off and put on.
You can't see the map side?
How's that? Is that better?
Oh God.
He's like, I just preferred the black screen.
Oh, I can see the forest now.
Yeah. So Orient, you stumble your way through the forest, stalking some sort of prey. You're not sure. When you hear a whisper on the breeze, I've been waiting for you.
Looking back and forth. Is that the sound like coming from inside my mind, or it's like someone behind me?
It's like it's whispering on the wind, like it may be coming from behind you or next to you or off in the distance behind you, maybe.
Is
I feel
Orient the only person that can hear this?
Orient's the only person that's awake and where he's at. Oh, Leon's awake, but
Oh,
Leon's
okay.
at the camp. Orient is
Leon's practicing karate moves.
yeah. Leon is practicing karate moves while Orient says he'll be back in an hour. The old horror movie trope. I'll be right back. No, you won't.
like at least like Orient have the like the responsibility to wake someone up and not leave the camp
Yeah,
unguarded. So
yeah,
yeah,
that's fine. I mean, yeah, you did a good thing.
so
As you look around,
I
you're like, you
I
hear,
will like yeah, even if I still I believe even if I still hear the sound, for me like the hunting I want to hunt something, so I'll continue searching for something I hunt.
you hear again on. It sounds like it's coming from right beside your ear. Your mistress is waiting for you.
Like, does it still have the urge of the hunt?
Well, yeah, kinda. I mean, you still feel like hunting something, but this is kind of like also grabbing your attention. Like you're not single-mindedly focused on the hunt and ignoring everything.
Ah, I will look to say, if you can't talk to me without seeing you, I need at least seeing you and talk to me face to face.
I'm right here. Can't you see me? Look closer.
I will look right.
Nothing.
This is kind of prank. I already have one person pranking me all along, but just staying by my side. I have something to do, and I will leave this place. Like, he's not gonna show up.
You take about
But
3 steps and you're like, I'm right here. Look
I
again.
will turn.
And as you say, as you hear it, look again, you feel your eyes drawn to the blade in your hand.
Wait. You're the blade.
Yes, I'm your blade. Have you forgotten
Yes.
me?
Sure, the reason for me to try to hunt is because of you.
We needed some time alone.
You said something about mistress. What did you meant about that?
I am your mistress.
Ah, great. I will sit down. Put the.
Excuse me, I beg to differ. I'm his mistress. He
Hmm.
evades me.
I will look to Dagger and said, then for some reason I cannot let go of you. For some reason I feel hunger every day.
Because I'm yours. I've always been
Why I feel
yours.
No, you was inside the box and I took you.
That's where I was after they took me from you.
You know who I am.
Yes.
Can you tell me who I am?
Oh. I don't know. You haven't been quite yourself lately.
Tell the truth that I don't remember anything. From all I remember that I found out myself in a beach and wrecking ship.
Oh. Ha ha ha. So he caught you, did he?
Who caught me?
Your master, Boreas.
Didn't
Did he
I
finally
heard
catch? Did he finally catch up with you?
didn't I killed the head of the sun? I can't understand.
Oh,
The
yes, that
black
was
sun.
yes, that was glorious. That fed me for quite a while.
W- The former the former owner of you it was glorious. And
No,
after
you were my owner.
I killed him by using you.
Yes. The power. The stone. You have the stone, don't you? We need it.
No, I don't have it. Why do I have the stone?
So we can make me whole again.
The reason for me that like Orient will stop and start thinking hard, not understanding.
I'm sorry you
And
don't understand. Let's try this. I am your blade. You want to free me from the blade. I am your mistress. You took up with the priests. You became a follower of the Boreas, the Great One. But when you found the stone, when they finally let you in, you knew that that was our key to setting me free. The power in that orb can make me whole again, and we can be together once more. So you killed him and fled with the stone. But it appears Boreas is more powerful and more cunning than you thought. It seems that he has caught you, or at least prevented you from stealing his stone.
don't believe that he have the stone now because they're still searching on for me. The cult is still searching for me, so
Oh, well then you've lost it, or he's lost it. Maybe he caused a storm. He likes those sorts of things, and just wrecks your ship. And then the stone is lost, but he can have people find it. And he thought he killed you. I thought I was going to spend forever in that box. I tried to talk to the captain, but he wanted nothing to do with me. You would think a pirate would want something as powerful as I am.
strange. We have, but why the reason I've lost my memory? You remember my name?
Yes.
And I have it back.
Not yet. You're not ready for it. You're not worthy of that name. They called you the Hand. You can use that if you like. But I hunger. And these pitiful animals are not enough. I need more power.
It will take time.
How
for
about,
that.
how about, you slit the throat of that pretty little nymph? That would
No.
do.
No, no. These
Very
people,
well.
if you listen, I, I will do what you want. I will work with you, but none of them will hurt by you. I'm gonna fight, even if I have to kill people in the
Oh,
shadow.
no. I would never do anything to make you upset. I'm sorry, my love. I didn't mean to upset you. You obviously care for these people. That's good. Having people around you makes you stronger. But maybe the next time you fight, instead of using that horrible bow or that sword, you use me instead.
That should be it.
That would be. I guess that would work for now. But we will have to find somebody or something more powerful.
Then I'm not sure if this place there's something that can take.
Where are you headed?
We headed to what they call it, the city, Elmer,
Embry?
Elmer, Embry, yeah.
Embry. Oh, that's quite a large city. Plenty of people who could find justice there.
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
Very well.
But still, you have to
animal,
promise me that.
an animal tonight will suffice, I suppose.
Then I'll stand up.
As you stand up and start to look around, your vision starts to become clearer. Like, mechanically speaking, you now have dark vision 60 feet. Do you already have dark vision?
Yeah.
Okay. Then it's 120 while you're wielding the dagger.
And I will look. The moment. What do I have to call you?
Mistress is fine.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. That's funny. I will look there again. It will be weird to call you Mister in front of people.
That
And I don't. I will
what did
respect.
he call? What did that fool call me? Oh,
Stabby McStabberson.
Oh, yes. He called me Ebenclaw.
Then should be it. Eppenclaw. Because I don't want to call you Dagger. You're not a dagger. If you
Oh,
are my
no.
mistress,
We had so much fun together before I was imprisoned here.
I will do my best, and not just my best. I will do everything I can, and but we need to make sure that we are not suspicious to the others.
Oh, I would never want you to be suspicious. But if I don't feed, you get hungry as well, as you've noticed.
Yeah, I will make sure that will not happen again, and I will make sure that we're gonna do our best. So let's be it, and I will stand up and let's start for the moment to search for something to feed,
Um,
and I will start the hunt.
okay, so you hunt down, you find yourself a nice deer that's sleeping, and successfully murder hobo it to death.
Stab, stab, stab.
Stab, stab, stab. You you cut out its heart and bury Ebenclaw into the heart, and you feel rejuvenated. You feel your hunger, that hunger that's been rising in you has been sated for the time being. She is a +2 dagger for you now that you're attuned.
Can you write the word Ebenclaw? Just I will copy paste it. Paste it.
Yeah,
Yes. So I will change it on here.
here you go. This has taken a little over an hour. Leon, you got kind of bored doing your katas after about half an hour, because shadow boxing in really dark light is really hard. And you're getting bored, and you're still tired because
Yeah.
he woke you up. An hour goes by, and he's not back yet.
Leon will. I'll give him about 15 more minutes before I feel anything's bad.
Let me see here. Orient, roll me a d12, please.
And D12.
So, Leon, it's about 15 minutes later. Still no Orient. No noises. Like, you haven't heard. He said he'd be back in an hour,
Yeah.
and went off into the darkness, and you haven't heard anything since then. And you also don't have that feeling of. You've noticed that, after you stopped doing your katas, you noticed that feeling of being watched is gone.
Okay.
So
Oh.
your 15 minutes goes by, and he's still not back yet.
All right. I'll gather up some of my gear. Leon's having one of those moments where he wants to go get Orient, but he doesn't want to leave his friends unprotected. But he also doesn't want to wake them up. So he's going to try and find the worst possible solution to satisfy all three of those.
Okay.
Just walking concentric circles around the campsite, further and further and further.
Further and further out.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you being quiet about it, or are you just?
I guess kind of half and half. Like, I'm trying to walk quietly, but I'm also going, Orient. Orient. So no, I'm not being quiet.
Dan, give me a perception check for Dada, since he's technically a nocturnal animal at the moment. Yeah, Dan, you get the pokey in your head, like, Master, wake up, Master.
Oh, why is my heart pumping this hard?
Oh,
Is it?
uh, the blue guy is gone, and the cat guy is walking in circles and getting further and further away.
Oh no! Oh no! That's not good. Okay. Okay. Just gonna like get up.
Meanwhile, I am snoring like an Albanian fishwife.
Yes.
Hobble around for Mr. Leather Armor, be like trying to like tug it over the head and just like nudging Echo a foot.
Echo, somebody is nudging your foot.
I will rather grumpily wake up. Yes.
Something's wrong. Orient's away from camp, and Leon's wandering around out there. I think you might be looking for him.
You hear the Orient, 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 Orient. Shh, Orient. Like he shushes himself. You know it's Leon, and he seems to be moving, like in a circle around the camp. But you can't quite make him out. Like, you start to look around with your dark vision, and you're like, oh, okay. You look around, and you can just barely make Leon's form, and you can see the glint of his glaive every now and then.
And now I've been woken up, I'm going to get up, and I'm going to whistle really loudly.
Okay.
Like, and then, Orient?
Orient, you hear somebody whistling and yelling your name.
Stand up. I'll look to have any car.
Well, no, you were on your way back already.
So yeah, walking back. Yeah, I'm walking back, and you can see some, like,
You see movement. You see what appears to be a large cat with a shiny, a tall, shiny stick.
Orient.
I will. You know you're not quiet, well, Leon.
There you are. What are you doing?
Stomach ache. Just leave it.
Oh yeah, the marrow's not sitting well. You know you shouldn't be eating any of that.
It's about the deer you hunt, my friend. And just return to sleep.
Okay, so you're coming back into camp. You're still like 100, 200 feet out. Like Leon had made several circles by the time.
Yeah, so we're just walking back.
Okay.
To camp.
As you get back to camp and into the light, I need everyone except Orient to make a perception check, please. Wow. Okay, so Leon, you're not so much sight, but smell. You smell fresh blood.
Yeah.
And Dan, was that your actual one?
Yeah, 22.
Yeah. So Leon, you smell fresh blood. Echo and Dan, you see blood on Orient. Like he's got quite a bit on his sleeve and on his pants.
By the way, by the way, Orient casually will start to wash off the blood from him.
Is any of that yours?
No, it's another deer I hunt.
Ah, okay. Well, in which case, poof, 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 prestidigitation, and I'll get rid of the blood.
Thank you so much.
Are you that hungry that you had to go for a midnight snack and eat the whole deer?
I didn't eat a whole deer. Just while I walk, I thought I hunt something in my signs, and and I found that deer and sleeping. So I thought it's like a good opportunity to hunt it and eat it. But I see I left some of his blood in my. Just yeah. And I'll start to wash the. It's already moved. Thank you, Echo.
I didn't think they were nocturnal, but I guess maybe
You're
they
welcome.
What do you say? What did you say, Dan?
I didn't think they were nocturnal, but if you found one, then I guess they must be.
Yeah. So don't worry, guys. I apologize for worrying you. Just I will continue, and thank you, Leon, for taking watch, and I apologize for my
Yeah,
late.
next time, let us know. We can go, before we fall asleep. I can go with you. We can hunt.
The reason I wake you up to make sure the camp is not unguarded, and you the one most the person I trust. So that's the reason I wake you up.
You okay? Just, yeah, let's just try to hunt not while we're sleeping next time.
I will do my best.
And Leon lays down and tries to go back to sleep.
Orient, are you gonna continue to take watch?
Yeah, yeah. Just I will take what and
Okay.
I will
There's about
start
another
spinning
because you
that.
only have about another 2.5 hours. Your watch is over. You wake Echo up. The rest of the night goes uneventful, aside from the slight scare that you guys had.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay. Well,
Um,
I'll make some brekkie.
Dan, when you're sitting there, when you wake up and you're sitting there eating, um, you kind of get mesmerized by the fire. Like it starts to capture your attention a lot more. Like you feel more attuned to the fire.
I'm just gonna like gently like warm his hands by the fire, and like the aching that's been appearing in his joints sort of soothes it a little bit, being close to the fire, and so he's just like, I guess maybe I've just been getting cold at night. Huh.
So it's the beginning of your day. You guys heading on?
Yeah. Does Leon get benefit of a long rest with the extra?
Yeah, everybody gets benefit of a long rest. You didn't have any combat or anything. You guys move on, and eventually, Leon, you are, in fact,
67 feet in front.
well, no. Um, Crap, I lost it. There we are. You can smell the ocean. You smell the salt. Like you're like, yeah, you're close to the shoreline.
Well, we know that Ember is a coastal city, don't we?
Yeah, but you guys were
So if
heading
we
on here. You guys have basically been heading towards this little alcove here, right there. You guys have
Yeah.
basically been heading that way. So you're within smell and sound of it now, Leon.
Okay. Yeah, it gets Leon pretty kind of excited, smelling the ocean, smelling the coast.
We can also use that as a way of easily finding the city. We just follow the coastline.
All the coast.
Yeah. So you guys make your way closer to the coast and then find your way to here. Assuming it's going to bring you all over. There you go. You come upon these ruins.
The moment we reach here, I will tell Leon, remember what happened before. Try not to be far from us, and watch out the way. Just be careful.
Okay, I'm always careful.
Yes.
I'm always careful. What could possibly go wrong?
I wonder what's up those stairs over there.
Just poking around through like some of these collapsed columns, are there any like bas reliefs or any sort of symbols that would give us an indication of?
On this wall here, on this broken wall here, there is a bas relief. It looks like, well, it looks like a bunch of Orient's people. Merfolk, Tritons, it coming out of the water, and then there's like this, what you would assume would be this fort or ruin of some, whatever this is. Looks kind of like a seaside fort, and it looks like they're coming up and attacking it, and it looks like there's Dragonborn defending it.
Looks like this might maybe have been a military outpost, or maybe a temple to a war god.
I will go.
Yeah, there's not a lot of context. It's just that like that picture of like merfolk coming up out of the waves, and like the wall and thing, and kind of that sort of like small battle scene. Leon, this looks really old.
Yeah.
Like you're like, it's got that oldness where you can feel the sand and salt on it. Like you run your hand across it, and you can just feel the salt that's been walking.
Seen many storms.
Yeah, you can just feel the sea on it.
All right, I'm just gonna be poking through, make sure there's anything other than just crumbling ruins on it.
You see like rats, small animals scurrying away from the brush and the decay. This is quite overgrown in most places. It is carved work, so these stones were laid. But this stone does not look like the stone wall that's there in front of you, like at the coast. Like this was imported stone from somewhere else.
Yeah, this was a fancy place back in its day.
Leon, you noticed that that set of stairs that goes down.
Yeah.
What's everybody else doing?
I'll start looking, make sure this place is safe.
Safe how? Safe from bad guys, or safe to
No.
like sit in?
Like safe is like roaming around there. No one.
No, you don't see anything.
I'll shout out to there. I'm gonna go. There's stairs over here. I'm gonna go check out the beach.
Just be careful.
I'm always careful.
Yeah.
Leon, as you start to come down these steps, you would assume that there would be something else down here. Like these steps seem kind of majestic, like they would lead to like an auditorium or to like a coliseum. Like you expect to see something down here. When you get down here, you see sand and water.
All right, I'll spend some time down here, just taking in the smells.
Are you searching around, or are you just wandering around?
Yeah, I'll do some beach combing. I found a really valuable rock last time I was on the beach.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, you did find that rock. I mean, Dan's already offered you like 1 gold and 2 silver for it.
I'm holding out for 4.
Go ahead and give me a perception check. Yeah, these rocks aren't any good.
I'll just climb up on top of this boulder here and sit down on it and just watch the ocean
Okay.
until the others come and get me.
What's everybody else doing?
I will walk and I'll close my eye, holding my dagger, and I'll call for Ebony Claw. Like if she can hear me, or or I think she is because she's Mr. So,
Yeah.
which I
Yes.
can't talk to her
Yes.
telepathically. No need to.
Yeah. Yes.
So mm, just just to make sure you're here, and
Well, I'm always here.
yeah, it seemed like a dream. Believe me, and it's hard to you know think or believe when you have part of your life is missing.
Hmm.
So excuse me if I called you a few times. Just
That's quite all right.
but a question to the DM: do I feel any like what they call it feel of something I know from the past, but just the feeling that my mind, the heart of Orient, that it's attached.
Deja vu.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you have the feeling that you know this entity somehow. Like you have the deep feeling that this is not this entity, whatever it is in the dagger, is not lying to you, right? The This is your dagger. Now you're not sure if everything she told you was correct.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, I'm believing her because as I believe that Orient now is a little bit desperate, somehow desperate,
Hmm?
and somehow he still wanna protect his friend, and third, he wanna free this person that said he like some sort of someone from his past.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the reason he was working with like have no problem with gonna yeah I'm with you, and he will like look to Ebony Cole and said I yeah, I will not little. I'm kind of happy that I hear some voice that from my past. Feel my heart that I know you. We I will do my best that we find this orb and I will do my best to not just my best. I will give all I have to free you from this place, and I will feed your hunger, and I will take out. I will put the dagger out. Not. I will not put it out. Just I will be walking and like
Yeah. Twirling
holding
it
it.
and
All.
yeah. Dan, what are you and Echo doing?
Dan has taken some rations from his pack and is basically just scattering breadcrumbs, trying to attract rats and seagulls to speak with animals to just sort of check in, like, hey, has anybody passed through the area recently? Have you seen anybody? Is there anything cool nearby we should know about?
The seagulls really are unhelpful. Like they want the food, and they don't like the rats being there. Um, the rats scurry out every time a seagull leaves. You see a rat scurry out. He'll grab a piece and start to dart back. And if you try to talk to him, he'll like edge up against the wall and be like, "What? What? What?" The seagulls are mostly mine, 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 mine. Occasionally, one of them will be like, "Can I eat more? Can I eat more? Can I eat more? Can I eat more? Can I eat that? Can I eat that?" And they keep like, "Ooh, that's big. That's too big. Can I eat that?" Stupid rat. Yeah. They're not very intelligent. The rats, on the other hand, have survived much longer. Um, and the rat is just like the one rat that you're talking to. He's like up against the wall, like hidden in the shadow against a rock. He's nibbling on the bread and it's like, "What do you want?"
We were just passing through on this way. I just want to know if you've seen anybody else like us who's passed through the area. Or if you know of anywhere nearby that's of interest.
Um, um, um. there are people all the time. One sec. Yeah, there are people stopping here every now and then. They come off of the floaty thingies, and then they come out here, and then most of the time they just like stay on the sand. The sand's icky. Gets in your toes, gets in your fur. You can't get it out. Just ugh. But then sometimes some of them go over to the big rock, and over there, and he kind of motions towards the bridge area. There in the left-hand corner. He's like, and sometimes they go over there. Not much.
Okay.
You gotta do you have any meat?
Oh, I think we do have a little bit left still. And Dan's gonna rush over to Orion. Orion, you killed that deer the other night, right? Do you still have any of the meat left over?
Do I have left of the meat?
No, you didn't keep any.
I apologize, Dan, but I think I was a little bit hungry that time, so wasn't much left. And I thought it is appropriate to bring someone half-eaten.
You've been hungry an awful lot lately. You must be going through a growth spurt.
Yeah.
And Dad's gonna go back to the rat and say, sorry, I have some jerky if that would help. Just like break up a little bit of jerky.
And he grabs some, and you see him motion. You see a slightly larger rat come out, and then a couple of little baby rats following her. And he kind of like shoves it over to her, and she scoops it all up in her mouth, and then the little ones follow her back. He's like, thanks. Just be careful. The underneath of there is really, really slippery. Feels full of water every now and then. So sometimes it's okay to hide in, sometimes it's not.
Okay. Thank you for the
Are
help.
you becoming friends with the local rodentry again, Dan?
It's polite.
I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I was just
Yeah,
curious.
you literally have seen Dan squeaking to this rat for the past 5 minutes.
And like,
To be honest, I'm feeling a little left out, but what can I say?
and for a moment that Orient remembered the horrifying scene that he saw when he combined his creature together and looked to Dan. Dan, it's your choice, I know, not just, but please don't tell me you're gonna try to take these rats and combine them together again.
Oh, no, I wouldn't do that. They've got little ones that they're raising. They need to be parents right now.
Oh God, thank you.
Maybe later. Dan said right now. Like the option is on the table, but after the kids are out of the house.
Dad's gonna look to Echo. I mostly know how to do it because of the guy who's in my head, but I could maybe try and figure out exactly how it works and see if you might be able to do it too. It
What?
might take you a while to get a grasp on it, but we could try it if you really wanted to. It works for most animals.
To be honest with you, if I really wanted to talk with the rodents, I would cast a spell. But I appreciate the offer, and that's very kind of you. But I don't think there's a great deal of conversation to be had with a rodent.
I will turn to Echo and said, "You say there's a guy in his head."
Sorry, I had this mental image of Dan like teaching the rats how to make dresses, Cinderella style. Fred Deco.
Cinderella, night and day at Cinderella.
Echo,
Yes.
you say there's a guy in his head.
Listen, I'm surrounded by weirdos. That is nothing new.
It's not the first time he said it either.
Normally,
But
that is
Orient. I'm pretty sure that Orient's response was, "I'm not going to ask." When he said, "The guy in my head gave me a puppy."
turn. Dan, you said there are a guy in your head.
Um, I think, I think two of them.
There are two.
Yeah.
Like,
There's the one who keeps telling me that I need to keep the orb safe, and then there's the one that Carl was telling me about. I think that the one who turned me from when I used to be a goblin into what I am now.
and
He's nice
it's
though.
like I will look around like they're in your head. It's not like something you have it and you talk to them through it.
Mhm. No,
I,
they just I just when I want to speak to them, is there anything you wanted to ask? I could try and
No,
relay
that
the message for you.
no. Thank you. I will
uh,
tap.
just
Dan's gonna shut his eyes anyway and just reach out to his patron and just go, Orient says hi.
just so does Echo. I'm fascinated. What is your did you say patron? Patron. What's your patron's name?
Huh. I don't think I ever actually asked that.
The sudden realization is Dan's just been walking around with this guy in his head. He's calling him Steve.
You haven't been even bothered to introduce it. Surely we should have an introduction to at least, you know.
I mean,
Otherwise, you're just talking to yourself.
I assume that I did know his name. I feel like there's a history there. I must have encountered him in a dream. He gives me the power to talk to animals and to make Shavara.
Oh, absolutely 100%. I just a name might be a good idea. I don't know.
Close his eyes, concentrate, reach out. Patron? Master?
Yes.
Echo asked me to ask you what your name is, so that she knows who you are.
Do you want to know?
I'm kind of curious now, but only if you're okay with it.
Well, you have been working on what I've told you to do, and you've made good use of Shavara. And I do happen to like the thing you did with the rat and the lizard and the other thing. So
That is getting really, really good at taking shapes now. He can almost entirely make the thing that he's intending to.
and that's quite impressive. It's actually more impressive that you managed to turn 3 of them into 1 of them. I haven't had any of my other followers. And you hear the word followers in that like he's trying to find a word that doesn't mean slave off the top of his head. Like
And that's just like kind of like chipper about it, just like, well, it's just taking different things and changing them. I don't know why, but that just seems to make sense to me. That things can change. Things don't always have to stay the same.
oh,
Dan feels his heart racing really fast all of a sudden. Like, I think I might be still changing a bit too.
oh, yes, I can't do anything about that. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You just have to take things as they come.
Yes. Well, fine. If you must know, I think I can tell you. My name is Val Shiar. And I will type it out for you so everybody can see it.
And Dan's gonna like go to say, and I'm Dan, and then realize like,
He knows that.
do you know what my name was before I woke up on the beach?
You hear silence.
Oh.
And then you feel that pounding in your chest, and you feel your head start to hurt a lot. And the front of your brow starts to hurt. Echo, make a perception check. Orient 2. You see Dan's brow ridge start to like stick out, like it's bulging, not like swelling like under the skin, but the actual whole front of his brow is starting to move. And Dan, you hear another voice through the pumping of your heart. I'm not through with you yet.
That is okay. That is okay. I'm going to be okay. I will.
I'm going over to Dan and putting a hand on his shoulder and kind of, are you all right, little one?
Well,
Unironically.
his name is Valshia, and I asked if he knew what my name was beforehand, but then the other one got really angry about that for some reason. So I think I might have met Valshia when I used to be a goblin, and then I met the other guy, and he's the one who changed me into what I am now. I think they might
Rick,
not like it.
Can I make a history roll to recognise the Valshia name, or religion roll, whichever one you think is more appropriate?
Religion.
Or Arcana?
Religion.
Religion.
It would be religion.
Okay. 15, mate.
There's some sort of poem that you know there's a poem, like some sort of lore that comes with this name, but for the life of you, you can't recall it. Like you're like, you know, it's like when somebody tells you the title of a song and you're like, I know that song, and then you try to sing it and nothing.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, you're sure you know something about this guy, but it's buried underneath all that other rubble in your head.
Okay, thank you.
Echo, is Dan okay? Seem
I don't know.
As you take a closer look at Dan, his forehead has grown a little bit. His jawline has gotten a little, like the whole area around the outside of his face has grown a little bit.
Can I take a little bit of creative freedom as well?
Sure, go ahead.
And sports bra is fitting more comfortably than it was before.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you notice that Dan's fingers, which didn't end in sharp fingernails before, his fingernails look a little sharper, like they've grown some.
I will come closer to Echo and whisper to her, saying, "Did his head grow bigger than before, right?"
It certainly looks that way.
And his hand, he haven't have a claw.
Yeah, they're not quite claws. Like they're getting there, but they're not nearly as impressive as Leon's.
Yeah, but it is like abnormal than before. Like Dan was so little bit softer before.
Yes, and yes.
Dan is just like
And
looking
the
at sharper fingernails.
And the answer
it's-
to your next question is yes, I am concerned.
Gonna try to use new demi claws to like climb up the rocks and like
Yeah.
poke down the beach and just wave hide it or to Leon. Sorry.
All right, Leon, you wave up as you wave to Dan, and then you hear something behind you. Something familiar. And as you turn, your eyesight, which has been accustomed to seeing things over the water from being on the ship, you see a ship. You can hear the whoosh, whoosh, whoosh of the waves against the hull. It's out there a good ways. But again, you being a sailor is just like you heard that and you're like, oh, and you know that it's coming this way, like it's going to. You're almost certain it's going to harbor here soon. Or
would I remember instinctively reasons for ships to harbor in remote locations? Do I get the sense this is a smuggler coming in?
It could be a smuggler. It could be just they want to get off the boat and maybe grab some supplies, forage for some food, or there's a number of reasons why you would do that. This seems like a really good place to do it, based on the location.
What time of day is it, bud?
It's probably 4:00 in the afternoon by now.
Okay, so we're probably getting to the point where we will be looking for some place to camp for the evening.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. You also know that it'll probably stay about a mile out, and they'll probably use rowboats in case of the big rocks, because there doesn't seem to be a lighthouse. Well, doesn't seem to be a functional lighthouse anywhere near. You can probably assume that structure on the big rock out there in the water may have held a signal light, but you can't be sure unless you go over there. Like, that would be a good place. Like, your brain instinctively goes, that'd be a good place to put a signal light.
Yeah, well, new friends are coming. Leon's just going to wait on the beach for him to get here.
Not tell anybody. Dan, you see the boat too. You see Leon kind of like staring and doing that. There's a ship out there.
Oh, that's what the rat meant when he said floating thingies. There's people who come in on boats sometimes. And Dan's just gonna turn around on top of the rock and just wave down to Orient and go, there's a boat coming in.
Okay. I'll head down to the beach.
Wait, are there why there? Oh God! Why Leon is not telling me that? I will turn. Yeah, I will turn to Eka and Dan and said, for the safety, just keep hiding, and I will go to look with Leon and how he's doing, because I do not trust, and I will start running.
Running down the beach.
Yeah, I will run. Let me see if I can move.
You can just move your token. I don't care. You don't have to measure it out.
Yeah.
You're not in combat or anything. I don't care about your movement.
Yeah, but I'm doing that because it cannot. There's a wall here.
Yeah, you can just move that way and then move over.
Yeah, my token's stuck on the wall as well.
Well, you put yourself on a wall, goofball. So you're stuck there until I decide to move you. Where do you want to go, Dan? Down to the beach?
Yeah, down to the beach.
Okay. I'll put Dan on the beach. Stop trying to move yourself. I'm moving you. Echo, are you going to the beach? Yeah, see, everybody's on the beach. See, everybody's happy on the beach.
Yes.
Oh God.
I just moved you to the beach. Stop moving.
By the way, my token is weirdly.
Yeah, it's tilted. It's fine. You guys are fine.
I will tell guys. Can at least some of us hide and see if they are good or bad.
Oh, if you want to hide, sure. I mean, it's just people.
Leon, you are a man of the sea. Normal people come here. Give me a reason.
They need to get some food. Need to hunt some deer, pick some berries, get some vitamin B.
Bury their treasure. Dig up their treasure.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean they could be smugglers, but I mean we're not a threat to them.
wait, they could be smuggler.
Yeah, could be a smuggler.
I will come close to him and say,
Okay.
if they are smugglers, and it's not
Actually,
about threats, it's about we know about this location, and we saw them.
I'm going to stand at the top of the stairs. I'm not going
Okay.
down on the beach.
Okay, well, the boat slowly approaches. It takes about a half an hour for it to come to a complete stop, and it's about a mile out. You can kind of make out people movement around the the ship.
They would have seen us on the beach by now.
Oh yeah, they definitely have seen you.
They see us here. You can go run and hide, but I mean, if they were smugglers, they'd probably just turn around and leave, thinking.
Yeah, you see two dinghies are lowered into the water. Well, you see the one dinghy on the one side of the ship. As the other one comes around the bow of the ship, you see the other one, and people start to row towards you. And with that, we're going to take a break because it's time for me to renew my meds and make sure my son goes to work. So we will be back in about 5 minutes.
All right,
You're
fine.
ready? See you in 5.
Right?
Just friendly conversation.
Just a friendly conversation. We're back.
Yeah.
We left. They were about ready to meet some friends. So let me. I don't think there's a boat NPC. To be honest.
I'm sure there's a pirate NPC.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of pirates. I have. Pirates I got tons of. Right. These are not pirates, but we'll go ahead and put them down anyway. As they start to what? And then where's my other pirates? I have all the named pirates. Where's my just generic pirate dude? Come on, I just want a pirate. How hard is it to just get a pirate? Like, that's odd. Oh yeah, they just have. Yeah, so I guess that one's just a generic pirate then. Okay. The bosun is the generic pirate. So one boat arrives with these. Move them over here some. 1, 2, 3. This person here. Oh, I'll put that person on the other one. Yep. So that one goes there. Now we need another one to go there. As soon as this keeps up with me, momentarily. Each boat has 4 people on it. We'll start with this one, so you can see everybody. There's the first one. Here's all the random knuckleheads. These 2 appear to be halflings. Or gnomes, or some smaller race. And this gentleman is a half-orc.
Ahoy, new friends.
The captain steps forward, the first mate steps forward and says, greetings! What brings you here on this fine day?
We're just travelers taking a break from the road, taking in the beach for an hour or two before we head back on our way.
Oh. Well, we're here to gather some supplies and check in to make sure that everything is safe around here.
Yes, the forest seems bountiful. I shouldn't have a problem there. Haven't encountered too much trouble. There were some marrow folk on the river, upriver a bit, so they might be around as well.
Oh. No, we were thinking more of the unsavory types. Pirates, keel haulers, those kinds of fellows.
We were traveling overland, so I wouldn't know about any of that.
Hmm. Well then, I guess the captain might want to speak with you then.
Well, I'd be happy. Be happy to talk to the captain.
And you are?
Name is Foretooth. Foretooth Wind of the Twilight Rose.
The Twilight Rose.
Formerly of the Twilight Rose.
Oh, well, yes, of course. Formerly, it sank.
It did, unfortunately. Yes, so I'm between jobs, as it is.
Oh, between jobs. Wow. Where are you headed?
On way to Emery. See if we can find some work there.
Oh. Hey, Captain. These fine folks here are on their way to Emery, and this fella Longtooth here, he was crewman on the Twilight Rose. The captain steps up, kind of ignores, they kind of switch places, so he's standing in front of you, Leon. And the first mate's standing in front of you, Orient, and he looks you up and down, and he's like, the Twilight Rose, eh?
Yes, sir.
And she is a good ship, she was. Sad to see her sunk. I don't know what could have sunk her. I've seen her take on 3 schooners by herself.
Unfortunately, I believe it was a storm.
A storm?
Yes.
Oh. Well. Sometimes you just can't outrun them, can you?
Nope. Sometimes when the gods at the sea say it's your time, there's nothing else you can do.
Well, you can only send so many praises to them before they decide to put you in the bottom. You say you're going to Emery, huh?
Yes, we are making our way towards Emery Overland. Yes.
Well, to be another day by, if you're going overland, it'll probably be another week and a half. You go with us, it could probably be 2 or 3 days. As long as you know your way around the ship. What about your traveling companions here? They know their way around the ship. They could help out.
Maybe not with the more technical things, but they've all got 2 hands each. They can do whatever labor you have. Any sort of labor you got.
Because I'm a little short-handed after we had a run-in with some privateers out in the Outer Bank there. They tried to board us, and it didn't go well for them. And another one was sent to the bottom. We're on a trade run from Northport down to Emery. Leon, Northport sounds familiar to you. You know it's much further along the coast than Farpoint.
Okay.
Like days by, like a week or so by sea, kind of.
So somewhere like mid-continent on the north.
More further away than that. Like it's a trek. These guys have been on the ocean for at least 2 months.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let me check with my companion, see if they're willing to take a boat ride, or they prefer to walk. What was the name of your ship, Captain?
Oh. She's the Emerald Scale. Just a little two-master.
Looks like a fine ship from here.
Oh, well, thank you.
So yeah, I will gather the rest of the group and relay the offer. Say if you're willing to put in some labor, we might have a ride. Get us to Emery a week or 2 ahead of time.
While he's ducked down behind this rock, Dan's peeked out, seeing like the group that have come aboard ashore in Ribeth, sees the sort of a little like gnomish figure, sees like the pointy ears, and starts thinking like, they might have some goblin blood in them. Reaches out telepathically and says in Goblin, "Hi, I'm Dan."
Which one? The one to the right or left?
That's what I have line of sight to, so.
Okay, so that one. So you see this one kind of go. He can't quite see you from where he's at. He's looking around, kind of. Still like unsure that he heard anything.
Over here.
He kind of looks at you for a minute, Dan, and he's like, he motions you over. He's like, kind of waves you over to him.
I
The captain looks at you and goes, "Oh, where's my manners? Captain Shorner here." Daniel Shorner.
And Leon will make introductions for the rest of the group.
And because I was stood at the top of the stairs, I've got to make a spectacle of myself walking down the stairs, sort of cape billowing in the wind, making an absolute statement as I'm coming walking down.
So the captain, the first mate, and all three of them on the right are males, and they notice you. The three females notice you as well. The two generic bosuns just kind of like notice you, like, who does she think she is? And then the mage that is Dan is heading to, she's looking at Dan and she kind of notices you and kind of gives you that look like, oh, she's impressive.
I'll give the one that gave me the she's impressive look. I'm going to give a slight nod to, in acknowledgement. Leon, if you perhaps like to introduce us.
Yes, this here is Captain Shorner of the Emerald Scale. I'll gesture to
And this is my first mate, Brockner.
Of course he is. It's delightful to make your acquaintance, Captain.
And he takes his hat off and he bows to you. And to you, my lady.
Why, thank you. It's nice to meet a gentleman with manners out here in the wilds. Do I understand from Leon that you're kindly offering us to give us passage to Emery?
Well, I'm not going to give. I mean, you'll have to work. We're a little short-handed after an attempted raid. We're a shipping. We're on a shipping run, and need to make sure that we can get to where we're going, as it were.
Of course. I mean, you wouldn't expect delicate little old me to be handling ropes or anything, of course.
Oh, no. Can you cook?
I guess I can cook, and I'm quite good at keeping morale out.
Oh.
Captain, she can pay her way just by the song she sings.
Oh. Well, that's definitely a bonus. And if you can cook, our cook got killed.
I'm sure I can muster something up, so long as I've got the ingredients.
And you hear the first mate say, "Too bad it wasn't one of the pirates that killed him."
Oh, sorry, what was that?
Huh?
No, you said who killed the cook?
Oh, we didn't say anybody killed him. He died.
Oh. That's a shame.
Well,
food poisoning by any chance?
Well, you could say that. He had a sudden intake of salt and water.
Oh, he drowned.
Yes.
That kind of triggering in Leon. Can Leon make an insight check? Is these guys on the up and up with their offer, or are they just looking?
Go ahead, Leon.
By the way, Orient, heck suspicious for them. like his answer is already been decided. So if I can incite them, I'll check that.
Okay, go ahead. Roll your insight before I say anything else.
Okay.
Go ahead, roll your insight. All right. Leon, you get the distinct impression that while his offer is legitimate, the cook's death was not accidental.
Okay. And the fact that he was attacked by privateers, does that?
No, that's
just standard hazard.
Yeah, that's just a standard hazard. One of the things, well, he said privateers, not pirates. So
yeah, that's what's kind of pinging on me. Privateers are not necessarily the bad guys, but also not necessarily good guys.
Yeah, it's it does. You do get the sense that this captain is very careful with his words, like he's kind of like yours was, where they don't say a lot, but you can infer quite a bit from what they say.
So something else is going on. Leanne just doesn't know exactly.
Yeah. As far as the cook goes, yeah, he was totally not. He totally didn't die by accident. Give me a wisdom check. Oh. Yeah. You're not sure why. It could be any number of reasons.
Well, people fall off ships. It happens. It's sad.
Yeah, it's accidentally.
Yeah.
You know. Orient. These guys seem genuine. The first mate seems a little sketchy. But then again, they're sailors, so most of them seem sketchy to you. Right?
Yeah,
like,
they're all sketchy.
Yeah, they all seem sketchy to you. Dan, you approach this. As you get closer, you notice it looks like the gnome creature that you met in the jewelry store. Like, were you talking in my head?
A little. I can do that. And there's gonna just ping. I can stop if it makes you uncomfortable.
You hear back in your head. No, I just wasn't sure who was doing it. That's quite a rare ability you have there. And who is this little guy? And she points to Dada, who is now the better part of a squirrel and a crab.
Oh God.
Mostly squirrel. But he's got he's a squirrel that has 6 legs instead of 4, and they all end in pinchers.
This is Dada Treya. He's mine. He's still practicing. He can be lots of different animals, but he has difficulty being just one animal at a time.
Oh, that's quite... Question. Did you get him... Was he part chimera?
Initially, yeah. I think that might be why he's having trouble being just one thing.
Oh,
Chimera.
yes, that definitely is an issue. I've seen a couple of them before. I had one of my classmates in a academy had a chimera. Cutest little thing. It was supposed to be an owl, except it looked more like if you took an owl and a rabbit. So, the big feet like the rabbit, the little poofy tail, the big eyes, and 2 really big wings.
Oh, Dada's got a little bit of bunny in him too. Show. And Dad's gonna ask Dada to try to turn into as close to like a bunny as possible, and ends up being like a bunny but with like weird centipede legs.
Oh, that's fascinating. You mean he can do that at will?
It takes a little bit of concentration, and like I said, he tends to be a little bit of what he intended and then a little bit of something else. But
Well, that's fantastic. Like, you don't know how boring it is to have just a... while I love Reginald, he is just a toad. And she reaches into her pocket and she pulls out this big fat toad. Like, this toad has been fed. Like, this is more... He's bordering on the large toad. Like, he's almost going to fill a 5 foot by 5 foot square here. Like, he's almost, he's He's still tiny, but he's bordering on this small section at this point. Yes, but he's still just a toad. And he speaks toad.
Look at those big bulbous eyes. Oh, he is adorable.
And he kind of like closes one eye and kind of licks his face with his whole tongue. He's like, one of those Scooby-Doo things. And he's like, there. And blinks at you a couple times.
I was gonna like keep fussing over Reginald this toad and just be like cooing and eyeing, and then like telepathically just gonna relay this question of, should we come aboard with you? Will we be safe if we do?
Well, yeah. I mean, as long as you don't try to rob us or murder us in our sleep or something. The captain's a good guy. Honest pay for honest work. I mean, occasionally you have to, skirt the rules every now and then, but, that's just acceptable practices. And as you're cooing over this, Dada has tried to turn into a frog, and now looks like he's got the body of a frog, but he's got the head of a snake, and he's got his little multicolored wings back again. So he kind of looks like Nagi's. He's got Nagi's face on it, on his frog head, and you hear him like, ribbit.
Meanwhile, Leon has been talking us up, just trying to sell our best.
Oh
assets.
yeah, no, he's sold. He's like, we still need supplies and stuff. Do you guys? You said this is the first meet. Like the captain kind of starts to become standoffish, when the small talk starts. Right?
The guys take care of it.
Yeah, he's letting his other guys take care of it. The first mate, Brockner, is basically telling you they need more food and supplies. They stop here almost all the time because, like you said, the forest is fairly plentiful around here. There's not a lot of people that stop by this coast, stop by this cove on a regular basis. Mostly because it's assumed that the lighthouse section is haunted. So it makes it a really good place for the criminally inclined, but also as long as you don't see any ships on the horizon, it's safe for you to come in and try to find some food. But most captains won't risk it, but he knows he's fairly safe.
All right. Well, Leon's sold on the idea.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? Well, excuse us one sec. We'll have a conversation. Let you know what our decision is. We'll step away. Just have a huddle between ourselves.
This mage moves over here. Echo, give me a Arcana check. Oh, she's casting something. You're not sure what it is. I mean, you can see the telltale signs of spell casting. You're not sure what it is. It doesn't have any obvious effect on you or your companions.
That's did I saw that when she doing
give me a perception check, because I'm assuming you guys are still talking to the bosun, to the first mate.
No, actually, I'm not.
No.
I'm deliberately going over to the captain and saying, right, I understand that you would like me to run your galley until we get to Emery. Is that correct?
Oh yes, absolutely. If that's okay with you, my lady.
No, I'm more than happy to do that. Will it be just me in the kitchen, or do I have any help?
Oh, you will have some help.
Perfect. Righty-ho. Well, if you just direct this lot to make sure we get some good ingredients, I'll make sure you're properly fed on the way back home.
Oh, well, absolutely. Tell us what you want us to get, and we will get it.
How many days are we expecting it to take us to get to Emery? A couple?
should plan on 4. It probably shouldn't take that long, but I always like to be safe. You never know when you could run into a dead wind or.
Well,
Just,
what would be nice would be 3 or 4 deer. We could butcher those and have venison stew, and I'm sure that we could.
13.
That
Did
would
I
work.
saw it?
hmm?
13.
Oh, yeah, you saw her casting. You can make an Arcana check if you'd like. Are you trained in Arcana?
No, but just our look. Like if she casting in our, like
Well,
in our.
You can't. Without Arcana, like you see her doing something. Without Arcana, you're not quite sure. Um, you can be, you can assume it's a spell, but it has no visible effect.
Yeah,
And she's
our
not
look.
like
What
she's
we
not
see.
like pointing at you and being, saying like, die and anything like that. She's
Yeah,
just kind of like, she's kind of like messing with something in her. She reaches in her pocket and pulls out some couple little components and kind of makes a symbol in the air, and that's it.
yeah. Just for
Okay.
that, like actually, like Orient is very heck suspicious for them. Like turn. What you doing here?
What do you mean? We
You are doing
just.
something. You are casting a spell.
And he's like, the the gnome looks at you and goes, yeah, and
Do you have any reason for casting a spell close to us?
uh, just making sure there's uh, nobody hidden around here.
Excellent.
Give me 1 second, gentlemen.
And Arcana, now that attention's been called to it, to see if he can determine if that's genuinely the kind of spell that is being cast, or now that Orient's called attention to it, can Dan roll Arcana to see if he can
Yes.
determine if that?
Good
Ah,
luck, sir.
come on.
It's a
All,
spell.
all, for the time being, no harm, no foul.
Okay, I don't trust them.
You don't have to trust them.
Then I will not go with them.
Dan's going to try to keep his face as straight as possible as he reaches telepathically into this gnome's mind
Mhm.
and says, "Ooh, I am the ghost of the lighthouse."
Yeah.
Give me an intimidation check, please. Fucking
Just
damn.
want to make
Awesome.
God. Yeah. Okay. Um. Yeah. No. Totally. His face goes white. Like he's already a pale kind of guy. A pale kind of gnome. His face goes white and goes. He leans over to the bosun standing next to him and goes, "Did you hear that?" And the bosun's like, "Hear what?"
just going to telepathically reach into the mind of the bosun. I died here so long ago.
Roll it.
Oh god.
Okay, so here's what happens. as I need everybody. Hold on a second. Let me do this real quick first. Let me select all of these people and make their make some perception checks here. All right. Okay, so That wizard made it. The captain made it. The first mate's an idiot. He's busy staring at Echo. He rolled a 1. His perception check is him staring at Echo's tits. Basically. With the 1, he's like, boobies. Okay. So, I need all of you guys to make perception checks as well, please. Except for Dan.
Am I around the corner, or can I make one?
Yeah, no, you can make one. This is all happening as you're starting to move away. Oh, hell no. Hey. I must be getting more profitable here on this channel. I just got another bot. Orient doesn't notice. Echo doesn't notice. Leon totally notices. Well, Echo, you're actually over here with the captain, aren't you? So you get advantage on it because you're looking at.
Okay.
You're looking in that direction because you're almost directly looking at Dan.
Can I roll deception to have Dan try to mask his giggles?
No, because this is. No, Echo misses it. So close. So Leon.
No, I'm kind of too busy trying to captivate the captain.
Yeah. Leon, you notice.
I'm working on the
Dan, so as you're saying that, you see this bosun's eyes just bulge, right? Like he's terrified. And then you notice that several of them look right at you.
Look right at Dan.
Yes. Leon, you see Dan grow about 6 inches.
Oh? Have I seen this from Dan before?
No. Well,
I've seen a lot of things from Dan.
you've seen a lot of things from Dan. Well, yeah, technically, you may have seen it. Dan normally turns into something different when he gets this big. This just seems like you see Dan's pants just. He's now wearing high waders. Like he literally just. No, he doesn't. He doesn't bulk up any. It literally you just see his legs his legs just kind of get longer and a little bit bigger, but they don't bust out of his pants because Dan wears the baggy kind. But yeah, he's now like 6 inches taller.
Huh, that's new.
And you see all of these people. About half of them noticed you, Dan. Noticed you doing this, and the bosun is freaked the hell out. He's like, "It's a witch! It's a sea hag!" And he starts backing up and drawing his bow. It's a sea hag.
I'm not the best looking guy, but that's kind of mean.
Yeah, the moment that Orient will go back front of Dan and take out his dagger and
As you step next to Dan, Dan is about at your shoulders now.
Excuse, who is he referring to?
As you look around, you see as you look around.
He better not be referring to me.
No.
There will be work.
No, you look at him, then you look around, and you notice that Dan, who normally comes up just under Orient's, like Orient can has to lean down to put his elbow on Dan's head. Dan is now almost shoulder, like if Orient puts his hand up, Dan's head would fit right under his arm. Like he's legitimately 6 inches taller.
Like hand up at this guy that's like drawing a showboat on him. No, I'm fine. And Dan's gonna try to do like the same sort of like very feminine motions that Echo was using. To try to reassure them that I'm a nice guy.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, Dan, that totally. What's okay? So, real quick, I'm gonna go off. I'm gonna turn my voice off real quick because I have to ask David a question real quick. So as Echo and everybody else who's watching Dan at this point, Dan just kind of like demurely kind of like bats his eyes for a minute, and you notice that Dan is now slightly more feminine. Like the hips have the hips have turned a little bit. The waist is a little thinner. Now that she's gotten a little taller. The shoulders have kind of thinned out a little bit. Much more closer to looking like Echo than Dan previously had.
Oh,
Well, I suppose the imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Yeah. And her skin has gone from a that teal green to a much lighter color.
what is going on?
We'll leave the question later. There's someone who.
Echo, I have those things on my chest that you have.
Yes. I tell you what, when you're alone, have a little play with them. It's great fun.
No! Dan, don't listen to her.
We
She is messing with
somebody
you.
in the back drawing a weapon.
Yeah, he's still back there with the bow, but the problem is nobody's following his lead.
Yeah.
One, this wizard is still busy looking around, and you hear
Leon will just point at the one with the drawn bow. Just don't you dare! Don't you dare!
It's a sea hag. Look, she's turning into one right now. And the one that you were the female that you were talking to before, Dan, runs up next to you and kind of waves her arms. Goes, no! It's a Verdan. She's changing.
How did you know his name? Leon's so confused. One fuse.
Okay.
I wasn't quite sure when I saw you the first time, but when I saw you at first, but now that I see what's happening. Oh, I totally understand. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I just, Echo said when you have these things, that makes you a girl, right? Am I a girl?
Well, I'm not sure, dear. We will probably we'll probably have to wait until you're done, because you could turn back when your transformation is done. Your body kind of like the Chimera. Your body's trying to figure out what it wants to be.
It's him, the guy. He said that I'm not finished yet, so.
Oh.
Well, this is different.
Don't worry, you'll get used to it, and believe me, it can be a lot of fun.
I like the height. I can see so much more.
Alright, look. Don't advise them, Echo, and don't listen to Echo. You do, wherever it is, but you don't have to listen to Echo. But I thought you were
The guy over in the corner is now
Excuse me.
lowering the bow and just kind of like shaking his head like he's totally doesn't understand what the hell is going on here.
Excuse me, but if anybody's going to have experience in this area, it's going to be me. So I am the person you should be listening to for help in this area. Trust me, it'll be fine.
No, not playing with his wherever. No, it's false.
The female wizard's like, she goes, I'm Renata. I know a little bit about Verdan. I've studied them in academy. I can help you out. It would probably be best if you guys came with us on this ship. That would probably be the easiest way because we would have a couple of days to discuss this.
Oh, I thought we were already going to. I thought that
Well,
was
he seemed like he didn't trust anybody.
No, don't worry about him. He's just suspicious of everyone.
Oh,
Yeah.
well.
It's a big old coffee on the inside. Don't worry.
Oh, well then that's fine. So why don't the Echo, is it? Why don't you give why don't you give these men here their orders on what they need to collect for food, and then when they get back, we'll all go back to the ship, and then we'll have ourselves a nice little talk as we get ready to set sail.
That sounds absolutely perfect. Right, excuse me. Scavengers, gather round.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
So with the first mate steps up next to you, almost closer than you're comfortable with, Echo, and it's like, tell me what you want and I will tell them. And the captain kind of steps over here and kind of motions for you, Leon. He's like, your crew seems, your group seems a little on edge. Should I be worried, or?
No, that was new. That hasn't happened before. He's always been a dude before. Now he's a girl. I'm a little confused on that, but it's just it caught us at a very interesting time in our lives.
Oh, well.
Right. Anyway, hang around. Right. Everybody. Right. What I need is I want 4 deer, or equivalent large mammals. I would like a variety of fruits. Do any of you know what herbs are?
Leon raises his hand.
Yeah.
Excellent. I want.
And so does the wizard.
I'll give them a list of 3 or 4 herbs. You know, basil,
Yeah.
bit of fennel, stuff, etc. And that should do it. Will we here?
So they start to build. A couple of them start to build a big bonfire. A bonfire here. So the captain and 2 of the bosuns head back to the ship. Leave the first mate here in charge.
No problem.
Let me fix this here real quick.
Leon's having a conversation with the first mate. He's a little on edge, but he's very strong. He's a great swimmer, can hold his breath. You know what? He'd be perfect for scraping barnacles from under the ship.
Oh, really? We got some damage that needs to be repaired there too.
He is ideally suited to that.
Oh, he is? Oh, wait. Yeah, you're a Triton, aren't you? And he looks right at Orient. You're a Triton, aren't you?
I will, it is giving obvious. Yes. I am. Should be obvious?
Well, well, I wasn't paying much attention. I mean, you're all kind of odd. And, well, I mean, is she yours? Is she with you?
I'm sorry, again?
He's like head motioning towards Echo, like asking him, like, is she with you? Is she yours?
She is a friend.
Oh, just a friend.
Yes. Shouldn't something else?
Well, I mean, I mean, you don't mind, do you?
Oh, she's
No.
kind of got something with a mayor back in a town that way, but that's days travel alone.
And she have problem with the like I always said, she have a problem with look down your size or your whatever it is.
My
And
size.
yeah.
Uh,
And
What? Which one of these?
that's the first
Captain
mate. It's the first mate.
Oh, it's the first one.
The half
Oh,
orc.
okay. Oh, right. Oh. Good
this one.
luck.
Yeah, it's the
So,
first mate. Like, what did you expect him to do?
Well,
Um,
we're having this conversation as we're walking out. To the
Yeah. Yeah, he's totally talking while all the men folk are. Dan, are you going with, or Danny? Is that what? Or have you just Dan? Okay, just Dan. Renata stays with you, and
We'll look after the fire.
yeah, you three stay here. You guys have a nice conversation. Orient, you're going with the rest of them to go hunt.
No, I will not go hunt. I will separate them. I will find something to kill. That's it.
Oh, so you're not going to help them get food?
No, I will just this moment I will be focusing to kill something. It's better to kill someone.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna like the moment we enter, I will be part of them and I'll try to find something to kill, like a big deer or something like that.
Yeah. I'm trying to separate these things, make sure they go in the right order. Okay. The lag is pissing me off. Like, I move one, I move the other one, and the other one ends up on top of this first one, and I'm like, oh, I didn't mean to put it in that square. All right, so you guys head off. Leon, you notice that Orient starts to wander off by himself again.
Yeah. Leon's more interested in finding a deer to chase down.
I
I want to do one with just my claws.
Give me a survival check. Echo, can you also give me a survival check? All right. So, Leon, you guys find a deer after about 20 minutes or so. And then, you find 2 boar. So you're going to need to let me double check my stats here real quick. Do I have the boar in here? No, I don't. Let me check the stats on the boar real quick. I want to make sure it's something that you guys can take.
Oh, it's not a giant boar.
Well, I wasn't going to make it a giant boar, but since you mentioned it when it came up.
Don't give the DM ID.
So here's what we're going to do. Orient.
Yes.
Roll me a d6, please. It is a giant boar. It's only a CR2, so you guys can successfully kill it. But I am going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll roll a d6 here. Number 5 and number 4. So 2 of the bosuns both take 9 points of damage.
That sounds like a lot for them.
No, they have 27. So
Okay.
they're both quite hurt, though. You managed to get the boar down without too much trouble. It probably would have been helpful if Orient had been there.
Yeah.
Because you ran across 2 of them at the same time. And these guys aren't exactly great with their bows. In the woods, they're used to, kind of like you, they're used to open spaces on the ship. You know, you're shooting like in the water and used to the bouncy. So, yeah, they overcompensated a lot, so that's why they ended up getting gored a couple times. So you guys have are you going to try to find the herbs? You will have to make me a nature roll, and I will roll for.
Leon's just really aware of herbs. He doesn't know a lot about them.
I didn't say you did. um, although the first mate and the deck wizard are both apt enough to help you out, and they find not what she was looking for, but suitable replications of suitable herbs, and you guys find a couple of berry bushes. No fruit trees to be seen around here, but you do manage to find some shrubs with some berries on them, and you manage to find a couple of leeks. Back
I
to-
imagine it takes a couple trips for Leon to get all the boar meat back.
Oh yeah, you and the four of you can carry. Basically, you guys carry both the boars back, but you'll have to make another trip. Let's see what the mage has got memmed today.
To be fair, 2 giant boars worth of meat will be enough for 4 days' travel for the queue.
Oh yeah, easily. But Leon's not leaving the deer back there.
No, fair enough.
That's just saying, right?
Do they
We can
have
do that this evening.
do they have salt on board already to cure some of the meat with, or would we just be like boiling a pot of seawater?
You're probably boiling some more seawater. Renata tells you that they have salt, but since they're almost back, they hadn't.
3 to 4 days. 3 to 4 days. It's not going to be an issue for 3 to 4 days.
Yeah, you guys can boil some water while you're building a fire and stuff. Renata kind of gives you a basic player's handbook description of the Verdan. Okay, anything you could find in the generic, well, I guess it's Acquisitions Incorporated description of the Verdan is what you get. Like, there's not a lot of information there because there's just not, right? But everything that you know about, everything that David, knows about the Verdan, that's pretty much what she tells you.
And so as this sort of like pot of seawater is boiling on the fire, Dan's just gonna sit and stare at the flames the same way that he was a few days earlier in camp, and just like reach out to that voice, the second voice in his head, the voice that seems to be associated with the Verdan and this change that has taken place. I guess I'm like heated metal on an anvil at a forge. You aren't quite done shaping me yet, but I'm sure whatever shape you settle on for me, that will be the right one for me.
You will be what you will be. He cannot shape you, but I can.
Is there like a limit on it? Because I mean, wings would be nice.
You start to get the let me see here. Let me find. I can just do it this way. I don't know why I'm doing it so hard. Let me see. I'm going to read something here. That one. Sorry, I was trying to find the right one. Okay. You are sitting there, and as you ask for the wings, and you're reaching out to the fire leaps onto your hand, and your cloak of embers kicks up, but much more powerful, and in more of a light green and amber, like you know the like the butane fire that's kind of green, or is it butane or methane? Which one of the? I can't remember which one's the greenish one.
Methane is blue. Methane is blue. Butane is green.
Great. Okay, so yeah, kind of the greenish flame instead of red. As the red starts to cover you, as soon as it gets to about your wrist, it starts to turn green, and your cloak of embers covers you. You can feel the pack slot slipping away. Like, you didn't cast it. You know you didn't. Like, you've become quite adept at most of these spells at this point, right? But this one kind of just, like, forms over you. And all the aches and pains that you've been feeling over the past week or so just kind of fades away while it's there. And Renata, Echo, you see this. You see the red flame jump to Dan's hand as red flame, and as it hits his wrist and starts to travel up the rest of his body, it turns into that green flame. And Renata goes, "Ooh, that's a cool trick. Is that a spell? Can you teach me that? That seems something that would be quite..."
I have to. That's unusual.
You've seen Dan do this spell before, right? You've cast this before, right, Dan?
Yeah.
All right.
Usually, like, with no degree of control over how it works.
And it was a darker flame, right? The first couple times.
Yeah, normally it takes the form of like flame skulls that just like hover around. But yeah, this is like a sort of more greenish fire.
Yeah, and this isn't the skulls. This is just like a Human Torch kind of overglow. Everybody say hi to Daisy. You get the puppers in the picture. Those are puppers. Okay, now puppers can go because puppers is trying to chew on my headphones.
I know. She does that to mine too.
Okay.
Daisy, come on. Come on, Daisy.
All right, Daisy. Out you go.
And Daisy says hi to everyone, and so do I.
I need the capsules. Okay, sorry about that, guys. A little puppers interruption there. Yeah, so you've seen this before, Echo. Normally it's the skulls that Dan has been warned about not using in towns.
Yeah.
This time it is not the dark necromantic skulls, but it's more like the Johnny Storm Flame On kind of outline.
I'm trying really hard not to show kind of surprise and shock at this and keep a kind of... Yeah, of course, this is perfectly natural.
It's totally... This is to be honest, this is like the least weird thing you've seen Dan do.
I rest my case.
Yes, like it was just like, yeah, sure, why not?
Like,
Yeah, Renata.
second ago he turned to female. Like,
Yeah,
what?
Renata is like she's literally standing right next to you. She goes, so what's this spell do? She's talking. She's looking right at Dan. Like she's standing right in front of you, Dan. She's almost close enough to touch the fire. Right. So what's this do?
generally not a good idea to touch it. It kind of lashes out at anybody who does. You'd get burned a little bit if you did, and this feels kind of nice and also really weird, and like my bones are stretching.
Oh, can you teach that to me?
Not right now.
Well, can you put them out?
It's not me. I didn't do it.
Oh. Well, can I see your spell book?
What is a spell book? I can just... The voice in my head lets me do things.
And as soon as you say that, she takes a step back and goes, voice? kind of gives you that voice. You know, like when you tell your mom that, you know, it was you and your friends, and she goes, which friends?
I don't know. It's the one whose name I don't know.
We need to work on that.
What? He is called. What is his actual name? The one who changes.
Yeah,
No,
the
Zaldiar.
official Acquisitions Incorporated one is That Which Endures, but I think you said you were having a different name for it
Yeah.
in this setting.
Yes. Yeah. She doesn't know it. She knows of them. She knows that there's an entity that does that, but she's like, oh, you mean the one that's doing the change? Oh, is that who gives you your powers?
Some of them, I think. The telepathy, I think that's him.
Well, yeah, Verdan have telepathy. I mean, your magic stuff.
No, most of that comes from the other one.
The the other one?
The one who likes me to open doors. And the one who gave me a puppy.
Gave you a puppy? That's not a puppy. She points at Dada and goes, that's not a puppy. Can it, I mean, sure, it could turn into a puppy.
Don't,
That's gonna rub it around. Take
Yeah.
out the little statue.
No. At this point, I'm going to step forward and say, look, trust me. Right now is not a good time to ask him about the puppy. Right? Put the puppy away. And I promise you, we'll have answers to all your questions. But right now is probably not the best time for it.
I think right now is probably actually is the best time for him. I don't want. I mean, we don't want him doing that in front of the crew unless I can explain it. They might call him a sea hag again. Or
Well, in which case, I
So does this
want
person?
you in advance, show him the puppy.
It's her. It's a her.
Show her the puppy. Go ahead.
Leon, you guys have spent probably the better part of 4 hours out here. It's starting to get dark. Again, it's close to. Well, in our seasons, it'd probably be the beginning of August, right? So it's still summer.
Yeah.
But you know, yeah, you conjure a monstrous hound, and I will put your monstrous hound out on the field.
Did something happen to Orient?
Who knows? We haven't seen it.
Orient is busy at the moment.
Oh, God.
Orient, I don't think I did have a token for Shavara, didn't I? I thought I did. Let me double check here. I have to go on my files. So while this is happening, like I said, you guys have been out about 4 hours. Orient, I need you to give me a couple of survival checks, please.
Okay. How many?
4, please. So I have Dan. Where's... Um... Oh, here's Fido. I labeled it a Fido. Before you gave it a name, I labeled it Fido token. Okay. There we go. There's Shavara. So your rolls were 14, 13, 5, and 7. Okay, great. The first hour, you find a couple little small animals, like a raccoon and stuff, and she's not happy. Like, this is not, Ebony is not happy. Okay? She wants you to go find something bigger. Something stronger. So your first half hour, you found 2 small things. Your second, so the first half an hour, you rolled a 14, the second one. So in the first 2 hours, you have not found something to satisfy her. What are you doing? She's...
I'll continue searching.
Okay. I need you to give me a 2 more, and then a wisdom save.
Okay. 2 more. I'm rolling back. Yay.
And then a wisdom save, please. Oh. Okay, let's see here. What's that? Okay. Orient. You start to hunch over. You don't have your shield. You still have your shield out, but it's kind of like tucked against your side a little bit as you're like starting to hunch, like you're stalking now instead of hunting. Ebony is kind of like feel her pulling you in a certain direction. Like, she's not like stuck out and it's not like dragging you, but you can feel her mental direction. Give me another survival check at disadvantage. Leon, give me 2 perception checks, please. Oof. Give me another wisdom save, please. At disadvantage. Orient.
Oh, okay. Wisdom save?
Yep.
Okay.
At disadvantage. Okay. Now make a stealth roll with advantage.
It'd be a shame if this was a cliffhanger.
No, it's not a cliffhanger. Leon, just as you guys make it back to the trail, you step onto the trail and you hear a noise from behind you. Orient, give me an attack roll, please, with advantage.
Okay.
Oh, good lord. $24. Awesome. So roll damage twice, please.
Okay. Twice, right?
Yep.
Okay, so where's the damage? Okay, I need to roll again.
All right, Leon. Just out of the corner of your eye, you see this shadowy figure dart out from behind a tree, and you see these two quick flashes. You hear, and blood splatters as you hear a stifled scream, like. And you turn around and hear the thud of the other board that's being carried, because you and the first mate are carrying the first one, and the other two bosuns are carrying the second one. And you hear the thud of the board hit the ground, and the other bosun gasp and go, need you to roll me initiative, please. You and Orient, please.
Not great. Leon was telling a story to the first mate and just completely engrossed in telling the story.
The wizard turns around and automatically she's going to Misty Step. Because she was basically in front of all of you. She's going to Misty Step another 60 feet away, or 30 feet down the road, and then spend her movement running.
Yeah.
Orient. I need you to make me another stealth roll with advantage.
Okay. Stealth roll. Where is it? Here.
Awesome. And then make an attack roll with advantage.
Attack roll.
All right, and then roll damage. And then add. So that's 13. So Leon, you see the shadowy figure dart out of the shadows again, slice right across the left side of the other bosun that's standing there, like looking around, and dart back into the woods. The first mate will.
We were going to have a nice boat ride and everything.
Not see anything. And then he will draw. He will basically drop his half of the, like he drops his half of the boar, draws his long sword, which comes as a surprise to you because longswords are not normally used on ships, like cutlasses, short swords, spears, bows, crossbows. You know, something this big, not normally used. Right. It's not unheard of, right? Sometimes they use, pikes, the fishing pikes, like harpoons or something, but longswords are not normally used. This one seems to be have a shell hilt on it, like it's made of like a conch shell kind of hilt, and he steps right back next to you and goes, "Something else is out here with us." Captain Obvious here, right? Like even to Leon, it's like, okay, not the sharpest knife in the drawer. And he will take the dodge action. Leon.
So I do not recognize this as Orient. I just know it's a shadow figure.
Yeah, you've seen it. Basically, it's very fast, very shadowy, and low to the ground.
Okay, I will drop the board, take out the glaive. I will stand on the other side of the one that was just attacked.
Okay.
Hold an action to attack.
Okay. This guy turns and runs. Basically, that's his.
Good call.
He double moves the hell out of dodge.
Smart.
The wizard continues to move. Orient, give me a wisdom save. Regular, not with disadvantage.
Okay.
Anybody have some inspiration they want to give him quickly?
Yes, I will.
I've been waiting. Like I gave you guys a couple. 1 second. Orient, go ahead and re-roll. Okay, 15. So Orient, you find yourself standing behind a large tree. Well, not standing, but more like crouched down, like a hidden, kind of like you've seen Dan do a couple times, right? Kind of like the rogues were doing when you guys fought them from the Thieves Guild. And you're standing there. Your shield is on your back. Ebony is in your hand. She's covered in blood, and you hear this voice in your head like, that's better.
Benny, what you like telepathy, not sound.
Yeah.
Benny, what you did do?
You were taking too long, so I found us some appropriate prey.
And I will try to see what this
All right.
perfect prey.
So give me a stealth roll. This one is not at advantage.
Now it is bad.
Yes. And then give me then you can give me a perception check. Because you kind of are kind of far off. Okay, so you're basically about 60 feet away from. As you look over there, you see a boar tied to a log, laying on the ground. You see a body laying on the ground of one of the sailors. You see next to that sailor, you see Leon doing his thing, like he's ready to just. You've seen that look. Like the next thing that comes near Leon is probably going to have a really bad day. And then probably 30 feet behind him, you see the first mate facing the other direction. Like Leon's facing kind of towards you, and he's facing the other direction. Leon, your passive perception is a 14?
Let me see. Perception plus 3, 13.
13. You see Orient leaning out from behind like a tree. Like he's crouched down, like he's hiding, and he's kind of like peering out from behind a tree.
All right. I'm going to roll a quick insight to help determine what Liam thinks right now.
All right. Are you making any moves, Orient? Or that's because basically you interacted and used the skill. So the first mate is still. Do you see anything? Do you see anything?
Leon will stay quiet for just now.
Okay. I don't see anything. We should go. And he moves he doesn't run, but he kind of, fast walks his 30 feet. And again, takes the dodge action like he's looking around. Like he's looking more towards his men than what's behind him. Like he knows you're behind him. Like he's kind of like looking over his shoulder, seeing if you're coming. Leon, it's your turn.
All right. So I think with a 14, let me know if you think Leon should interpret this differently. But I think with a 14 is not high enough to understand that it was Orient that did it, but it is high enough to know that Orient is trying to hide. So I'm not gonna shout at him because I don't. Whatever's out here, I don't want to draw their attention to Orient.
Right. So yes, with a 14, you were really close.
Yeah.
A 15 would have got you there.
All right, with 14, I just know Orient's there. He saw what happened. He's trying to hide.
Yeah, like he's hiding behind something. Like he was on his like. For me, Leon assumes that Orient was on his way back, heard the screams, ran up, and then saw something, and then hid, waiting to see what else happened. Right, to see if he could find it. Because
I think what Leon would do in this situation is he knows the crew's retreating behind him.
yeah,
Knows Orient's trying to hide. Leon would just roar as loud as he can, trying to draw attention to himself, still holding actions to attack.
okay. Are you using your daunting roar?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Put that up for me real quick.
It's only a 10-foot radius, but I think thematically he would do that.
Yeah, because you're like 20, 30 feet into the woods, like not to the path yet. Because you were at the path and you ran back because they weren't quite out of the woods yet. So yeah, you can't see much. It's in that twilight where dark vision and regular vision kind of start to blur the lines a little bit. That roar will. Let me do something here. Let me see here. It's a wisdom save.
Yes. Wisdom save or frightened.
Yeah. I know the actual effect is only 10 feet, but the sound is not.
Right.
So basically, you roar. Orient, I'll let you do whatever you want. The first mate breaks into a full-blown dash at this point. We're going to be out of combat. Okay? But the first mate breaks, right? Your roar finally just snapped the last nerve that he had. He figures whatever you're roaring at, he doesn't want to be near. It already killed one of his men. The other one's almost dead. He needs to get back to his men. The other bosun, as you roar, you're like turning around. Like I just imagine Leon does this in like a 360 where he just kind of like, and just kind of like spins his whole body and like this very intimidating, like hunched over, like so he can see anything around him. And you notice that the other bosun is basically running as fast as he can while he's bleeding profusely. And the stench of fresh kill, not just the boars, but the blood off of these two guys is starting to fill your nostrils. Orient, what are you doing? Now that you see Leon just roaring mightily. Like, you've heard this before, too. Like, Leon's ready for a fight.
Orient will put his dagger down, take his long sword, and will take a full round near to Leon, and like backing him up.
Okay. Leon, Orient comes barreling back out. Now, you saw that Leon kind of saw you a little bit, right? You noticed him noticing you. Like, he noticed you. So, Leon, you see Orient come barreling out from behind this tree, sword drawn, shield out, right? And he gets up to, like, the same kind of, back-to-back kind of formation that you guys are used to.
Where is it? Where is it?
Look down, right. He's no longer here. We need to move now. And like I will try to pull Leon with me, and we go try to run.
I think it takes some convincing, but yeah, eventually Leon will. Leon will grab the body of the sailor before heading back.
Okay, so you grab the body.
Yes.
I'm assuming you're going to throw it over your shoulder and make your way back. So while this is going on, Renata is getting to know Shavara. She seems she was kind of taken aback by Puppy. But being a mage, she knows that conjured animals are a thing, right? And she's like, he's kind of cute. He's got a mouthful of teeth, though. Bet that comes in handy.
He is pretty helpful if we get into fights. He's very, very willing to defend me. And Shavar is gonna like grab Dan by like the wrist
Yeah.
and just like drag Dan out into the water
Mhm.
and just like dunk him under the water and drag him back up to see if that puts the fire out.
It does not.
There's just boiling steam emerging from.
Yeah. And Dan gets dunked and comes back up and goes, Shavara! Shavara does it again and then notices it's not going to work and then kind of drags you back to the back and is like tentatively like licking on you, like your new exposed skin down where your pants aren't anymore. Like you haven't, and then you notice that like Shavara notices that you have a new scent. Like you're not quite, like you're Dan, but you're not Dan. And Renata's like, he's a nice puppy. You know all sorts of cool spells. I haven't learned that much. This is my first trip with them. I'm coming from the academy. I just know a few spells.
It's okay. I don't really know that many either. I mostly just have things that are useful for me. So I can talk to animals and I can do the flame thingy a little bit. I can make Shavar. A lot of the stuff I have is mostly things that help defend me out here in the world.
Well, that's very useful.
Kind of useful tricks.
Yeah, those are very useful.
And you'll learn more.
Hmm?
Every day is a chance to learn something new.
And you see her do that. She goes, well, I know this one. And she casts disguise self on herself, and she kind of makes her look like a little fat halfling girl with really pointy ears. She goes, I can do this. I can make myself look like somebody else. So I learned this one. This comes in really, really handy.
I think Echo can do that one too.
Oh, Echo, you can cast spells too? And she drops this, of course.
Yes, of course I can.
Oh, can I ask you a question, Echo? If it's not too personal?
Please be my guest.
What are you? I haven't seen your kind before. I've seen a lot of people. Like, we had Dragonborn and Merfolk and even a Verdan in my class. We had what do you call those? Big, tall, Vodkin. You know what those are? They're like forest giants.
No, I haven't met any of those. I have to confess.
Echo, give me a intelligence check.
Okay. 2 seconds. Intelligence check.
Yeah.
There we go. Intelligence check. 22.
I'm trying to pull up a picture. Here's the oldest picture. I should be able to do this. Did that work? Please tell me it works. It doesn't work. My bad. Okay, so let's copy this image. Nope, save this image here. And then we will put this on a... give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I should have had this before.
That's all right.
I don't know that it's in the regular creature list. It's not.
Okay.
So I will create an
They like
actor.
giant.
Yeah, they're giant folk. They're called Vodkin.
Okay.
Yeah, they're giant folk. You know about them. They're basically they're like their heads are larger than their bodies. They're approximately 8 foot tall. They're about 300. Imagine a wood elf, a pale wood elf with a giant head on it.
Okay. All right.
They're very nice. They dislike jovial behavior, instead preferring to brood in silence.
Yeah, that's not me.
They're cousins to furbolgs.
Okay.
And they're highly susceptible to lycanthropy. All of it. Like, it's super, like, they're one of the few, like, you know that, like, if one was to get bit in any way, shape, or form, they're just going to turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what she tells you.
Okay. Well, I say, well, I'm an Oriad, my dear.
An Oriad? Well, what's that? Is that like a dryad?
Yes, I'm a mountain dryad.
A mountain dryad? That seems... I mean, I guess that makes sense, right?
It makes sense in the fact that you're looking at one, my dear.
Quite odd, I must say. But nonetheless, it does make sense that there should be one for... Is there one for everybody?
One.
Well, like, are there... I know there's water nymphs and there's dryads, so I guess you guys are like the mountain ones, and then there's the
Forest nymphs.
forest nymphs, and then so I guess that's what you get, right?
I'm sure that I have cousins who are
Yes.
things, but I'm a mountain dryad. I have affinity for trees that grow on the slopes of hills and mountains.
Oh.
Hence my name.
Oh. Well, that makes so much sense now. I'm pleased to meet you. I will add that. And she pulls out a little book, and she writes down. She goes, "Is your name just Echo, or is it Echo something?"
Echo Hemlock.
Echo Hemlock.
The hemlock is a tree that grows on a mountain slope.
Oh, well, quite nice to meet you. There's the picture. There we go. I found the picture. And she writes your name down in what appears to be this logbook. There's what they look like.
Oh, there are.
They're giant wood elves, basically.
With big ugly heads.
Yes, they have
Yeah,
they have oversized heads. They have oversized heads.
I'm betting that charisma is not one of their bump stats.
No, it's not. But most definitely, she seems very nice. About this time, you hear a blood-curdling scream coming from the fastest moving gnome you've ever seen. Which is saying a lot because I mean, well, I know. I mean, it could go either way because you guys haven't seen a lot of gnomes. But this little gnome is freaking flying, and as she gets to the top of the steps, she misty steps again to you guys, like behind the behind the other one into the in the edge of the waves here. She's like, "We're being attacked by something. It's invisible." And about that time, you see the first mate helping this other person along. And about 2 seconds after that, you hear the reverberation of, right before you see the first mate and the bosun, you hear Leon's roar echo through the the forest. Like, they're not that far away, maybe a quarter mile.
Okay. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is barrel my way over so that I'm within range, and I'm going to cast a healing word on the injured person.
Okay. You start to run this way. You don't quite see them yet when you hear the roar. You hear Leon's roar, and you know that's fight. That's basically Leon's fight music, right?
Battlefield.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his go-to fight music, right?
Yeah.
Is there time I can talk to Leon while I'm running?
Yeah, you guys can talk to him.
Like, while running, turn him. How did you not see him? And wasn't that archer close to you?
It was fast. It was shadowy. We were carrying a boar. It was, I don't know, it happened so fast.
Just about this time, Leon, I don't know what I did with your token, buddy. Oh, there it is. Echo, now you see, so now you see them, and because they're not helping anybody run, about 30 seconds later, you see Orient and Leon come dashing down the steps as well. The bosun is pretty much dropped, like right in front of you guys, and the first mate is standing there like, "Get the boat! Get the boat!" And the two wizards are looking at each other like,
Wait. Okay, we'll deal with this. And I'll slap a healing word on the injured bosun.
I added that.
And start moving. And then I'm going to move my way up the stairs.
Yeah, about that time, you see Orient and Leon at the top of the steps. Come into your view at the top of the steps.
So what's hunting?
I don't know. I didn't get a good look at it. It was fast. It was dark.
Okay, do you think if I come back with you, will you guys be able to drag those boar back with you?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Let me go put the body in the boat now.
Oh, God.
Okay.
He's trying to get, the first mate is trying to get this boat back. Unfortunately, the other bosun is basically just laying in the dirt next to the bonfire. The other pirate, the deck wizard, is attempting to help him, but he's a gnome. Not a lot of strength there. And Renata is saying, "I'll go with you too. We need that food. And if there's something out there, we don't want to leave you by yourselves."
Yeah.
I'll go lay the corpse down in the boat, and I'll tell the first officer, guard the boat. We'll be back in a couple minutes with the food, with the boar.
He's like, "I'm not waiting here. You guys can go off on your own. If you want to go with them, Renata, you can, but I'm not waiting here."
I'm going to cast Charm Person.
Go right ahead. I mean, Dan's already scared the living shit out of him. Might as well charm him too. That's a charisma save?
Yep.
No, wisdom.
Wisdom save.
What's the DC?
No, sorry, wisdom save.
He has disadvantage because he's scared. He doesn't know what to do, and so yeah, he rolled a 6 or like something like that. So
I'll just say to him, look, just calm down a little. Don't worry, everything's going to be fine. Just get the boat ready and wait here, and we'll be back with the food, and then we'll all go together.
Well,
just calm down.
Honestly, if you're sure that that's if you're sure that that's the thing we should do, okay. So they you see him like they start to. He's like, okay, well we'll get him in there too. So they start moving there, and you see the mage cast a spell which you have seen before, which is mage armor.
Yeah.
On himself. You've seen this one before. You're like, he pulls out a piece of leather, kind of swipes it across his chest real quick, and snaps the leather back and puts it back in his. You know, everybody who's there who has ever seen somebody cast a spell has seen mage armor. So Dan, what are you doing?
Dan has got Shavara trotting along beside him and is just standing with the group ready to go. Oh, fully aware that he's like still like a little bit on fire.
Yeah.
So
you're not a little bit on fire. You're not a little bit on fire. You are flame on. It lasts for.
Basically, like an Namekian that somehow managed to go Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
Orion looking to Dan and said, "I will ask you that later." But first, have a look.
Yeah. I'm not. All I'm going to do is calm the guy down and get him just to.
Yeah, he failed his saving throw because he has disadvantage against you because he is enamored with your beauty.
He was infatuated with you before.
Yeah, yeah. He didn't stand a chance against your charm person, really. Dada climbs out of his cage. And scrambles up on your shoulder and is in full imp form. Except for the fact that his whole back is covered in like porcupine quills. And like he's trying to look as intimidating as he can, and like you can see that his teeth, while he normally has these cute little fangs, right? He now has these rows of teeth like Shavara does. Like he's trying to imitate Shavara, so his mouth is a little stretched on either side. Like, he's trying to look as intimidating as possible. He's like, "It's okay, we got this. I'll protect you." And he's like one hand around your neck, like he's sitting on your shoulder. He's like, "I got you." And you can feel his claws kind of, his claws on his feet kind of digging in a little bit. Like, he's trying to project, you can, through your telepathic bond, he's trying to project strength, but you can tell that he's terrified. Because anything that makes Catman run must be scary.
And Dad will sort of like telepathically just like relate to Dad, like, I didn't think there would actually be a ghost.
I will look to the guides and tell them, whatever that thing that Leon saw, it's only for a kill. You need to be careful. Because there's no hell of reason to attack someone just holding a bow.
You see Renata cast the same spell that you just saw. And then she looks down at her feet and notices all the sand on everybody's feet, and you just Echo, you hear the same little as all the sand and dirt come off of your all's boots and trousers.
Awesome.
And she's prestidigitating the. Yeah, she's like she subconscious, like Echo and Dan. I know Orient is always looking at other people. Leon is probably already 37 feet ahead of everybody.
Oh yes. Yeah, I'm already on the way back.
Yes. So everybody can make a perception, an insight check, please.
Okay. Even I?
Yes, even you, because you're always watching people who aren't your party. Um, okay. Leon doesn't notice. Echo, you don't notice what's going on because you are. Oh, I didn't even do it myself. Look, my dress is on that. Like you're totally happy about the fact that you didn't have to do it, and somebody else takes as much pride in their appearance as you do, right? So you kind of got a little shine on for
100%.
yeah. Dan, you and Orient can tell that this is nervousness. Like this is she's coming with you, but she's like this is like a nervous tick. Like she's just like repeatedly doing this over and over again, kind of like a mantra almost. Like she's just like cleaning thing. The prestidigitation thing continues for a minute or two while you're walking.
And it's just gonna like reach down, like pat Shavara's head. Stay close to Renato, okay? Keep her safe for me.
Can you talk? Can he understand you? And can you understand him?
I can give
Or
direct
her.
orders, so
Well, I guess my question is can he speak? He doesn't have any languages. It's a he, right? Or she? I can't remember.
I think we've been pretty inconsistent, and like considering Dan doesn't entirely know what their gender identity is right now.
Shavara is kind of like gives you this like, and kind of moves up next to Renata as you guys move into the forest. You guys can definitely follow the trail. Leon, you know exactly where it was. You guys move up. You find the boars. You find the boars. You find where the body fell. Everybody, give me some perception checks. Everybody can do it with advantage because you're at this heightened sense.
18 from Leon.
Okay, 19, 18. You want to roll for your two minions there, Dan?
Wow.
Ooh, that's advantage.
Wow. If you don't have inspiration, gain it, because rolling double ones on anything deserves a freebie of some sort.
To be fair, I do have inspiration, and I'm going to use it now.
Okay, well, reroll. There you go. But you still get it, because I'm a big fan of giving people. No, you rolled your second one. That's oh, that was Shavara. You get advantage on that second one, Echo. A 10. Okay, so it's not so bad. But you do get to keep your inspiration because double ones, in my opinion, on like skill checks and stuff means that you're something.
Can I just point out that in 4 rolls of a d20, I didn't roll over a 7.
Yeah.
2 ones, a 3, and a 7.
Well, Renata got a 10 too, but she's terrified.
Dan and Dada both got an 18, and Shavara got a 21.
So Shavara is growling, like she's standing next to Renata, but you can see Shavara growling in like a southwesterly, it would be this direction. Like you guys are right off of the path, so like this direction. She's intently just, that low. Her hackles are raised. She's kind of crouched down a little bit, and as you look to where she's looking, you see a form, like a large form. 18s. Who had an 18? Leon and Dan.
I had 19.
And you had 19.
Certainly wasn't me.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't you. You see. Where is it? Where did I put it? Nope, it was. Oh, there it is. You see. Oh, freaking out here. What's going on? Give me a second. This.
Oh God.
Staring at you.
Oh God, Leon's running right towards it.
And we're going to call it there.
I have to.
Huh?
I have to run right at it. That's what Leon's
I'll
doing.
put it out here on the field so everybody can see it. Everybody got a good shot at that, right? Everybody got a good look.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to see it again? Here, I'll show it to you again.
No, don't. You can stop doing
You see one of those, and we're going to call it there. Well, everybody sees it but Echo. And Echo, you see it the instant you hear the gasp of from Dan.
Okay.
Like Dan instantly goes, "What is it, Shabbat?"
Okay.
Tremors!
So you guys see that. So we're going to call it there because I think that's a good place to leave the little cliffhanger.
Indeed it is.
So we're going to do our affirmations like we normally do. I think we'll start with Orient today. Orient, your favorite Orient moment. I know you had quite a bit. I know Orient and Dan had quite a bit going on today. So we'll start with Orient.
God, I don't know. Like, he is. The moment he felt. This is the problem now. Like, the moment he started to speak with Ebony and he has like some sort of heart change and like he started to change to someone like more more heart. What's the word? Heartful? Like like
Heartless.
heartless. Yeah, he become heartless against the normal people, only the people he knows. So like that become more and more an Orient, and I like the way like yep, like I don't care about, and he thinking the moment he pick up after he killed person and he pick up and said, shit, did I do that?
Yeah.
And stand up, change his weapon, go to Leon and talk to him like they're nothing. And technically, he didn't lie. He didn't know anything.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of moments, but my head is crumpled now. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My head is crumpled. Like there are a lot of things I want to say, but I don't know. Like Orient is
Orient's
messed up.
Orient's having a kind of a bad week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Orient's having kind of a bad week.
Yeah.
Now he kind of knows how Dan felt the first couple weeks.
We've got one person on the verge of a nervous breakdown. We've got another person with schizophrenia. It's not looking good for the mental health of our party, I have to say.
So, Sai, what was your favorite Orient moment?
Orient trying to get me to put put that leg in the bag of holding, and it's like, no, there's no chance on earth that's going to happen. Think again, son.
Yeah, but it's a bag of holding. It's an instrumental space. It won't. No, it'll smell. Like it's just going to smell. David.
Just the entire conversation with Ebony Claw in the wood, and how much it got across like that notion of the like Orient's like, okay, you're the only link to my past that I have, and you're telling me that I was trying to help you, so I guess I'm gonna keep trying to do that. And then she says that, oh, you could go and kill Echo, just slit her throat while she's sleeping, and the Orient was instantly just like, nope, not gonna do that. And it's like you're willing to take Ebony Claw into the circle of like people that you trust, but that doesn't supersede your loyalty to the group. I just thought that was like a really great encapsulation of like where Orient's at, headspace wise.
Yeah.
Robert.
Oh, there's a lot for Orient today. Like that conversation with Evan Claw and all the interaction with the dagger. But something stood out to me. I was laughing at is early on when he takes out the grappling hook to help Leon. Leon takes that as a challenge.
Yeah.
He starts racing him, and then Orient beats Leon to the top. Looks around, and it's like, why did I do that? Why did I race him?
Like, I was just gonna hand it to you. Why did I race you? Because you wanted to. And Leon's like, oh, and Leon instantly starts to look for the reason he lost, and then Orange just stands there like, I'm not sure. For me, it was the conversation with Evan Claw. But moreover, the way Manam has taken Orient and made that shift to kind of the seedier, darker, more of his past is coming through, right? Like more of his previous personality is kind of like intersecting with the person he is right now, and like David said, where that no, you can come with me and I'll totally help you because you're part of my life, but I'm not going to turn against these people. These are my friends. These are people I trust. We'll do things, but we'll do things your way and my way. Like there's going to be this compromise, and it's still Orient looking out for the group, even though he's just to me like David said, he's just adding someone else to the group, and I find that extremely satisfying when something is a DM, you're like, well, this could go horribly wrong, or in this case, it turned out beautiful. So I really enjoyed that. Sai, your favorite Echo moment? You didn't have to play Mom today, so I mean.
Well, I kind of ended up playing Mom, organising the scavengers anyway. I enjoyed the fight with the Marrow. That was good fun. It was like, right, I get attacked. What's the first thing I'm going to do? Misty Step. Get the fuck out of there. Right, then I'm going to do something. The first instinct was like, jump. I also really like making an entrance down the steps. That was good fun as well.
David?
I really liked that the captain sort of made the offer to Leon of like, you could come on the ship and just pay your way. And Echo's like, great, here's the problem. I have such delicate hands. I can't possibly be washing your house. And he's like, well, you can be a cook. She's just like, yeah, I can probably manage that.
Robert?
Yeah, no, just taking over as cook. Once that decision was made, it's like, all right, I'm in charge. I need this, I need this, I need this, I need this, and get to work. That seems to be just a theme with her. Just anytime she does something, she's in charge, knows exactly what she wants, and it is her way or no way at all.
Manam?
Because that has happened with Orient, that orc or half orc that asked Orient that, is she yours? Like, no, and yeah, and Echoes herself said, yeah, he dreamed. Yeah, I don't care. Like, for me, I got good luck with her.
Yeah,
yeah, that's the funny part.
I always enjoy for me it was the nonchalant kind of blasé way that she handles everything that goes on with Dan. Just like, those are fine, you can play with those later. Now is not the time. Right? Take some time to yourself, play with them later. Oh look, Dan's on fire. It's not the normal way he's on fire, but he seems okay. He's not dead. He's not like, he didn't set himself on fire, right? Like he's not actually, his clothes aren't actually burning, so it's probably one of those things. And then the like, they were all like back to back, where it's like, no, you don't want to see the puppy, dear. Like, no, you okay, I warned you. here's the bug. Like, I don't think your psyche can handle all of this at once. You probably want to slow down. Because like, Dan is something you have to take in small doses over time. not let's see all of Dan at once. And that's poor Renata is like seeing all of Dan like in rapid succession. So I love the way that Echo is just kind of like trying to calmly, like, the matter of fact way that she just deals with everything that happens with Dan, regardless of what it is. Like, no, that's fine, and keeps like she's the even keel. Like everybody kind of loses their shit every now and then, but Echo is like, nope, that's fine, you'll be fine, it's okay, you'll be fine. Right? That calming sense of that sense of calm that she provides for the party is something that I always enjoy. Your ability to herd cats is legendary.
Thank you.
Robert, your favorite Leon moment?
I think I really enjoyed kind of interaction with Leon and Orient down on the beach when we saw the ship. Leon's just waving, "Hey, new friends, hey, new friends." And then there's Leon who trusts everybody implicitly, and then Orient who does not trust a single soul ever.
Yeah, his first words on the map were, "I'm going to look to make sure it's safe." And Leon's like, "I'm running over here."
And then Orient goes, "Are you sure they can't be dangerous at all?" And Leon just goes, "Well, I guess they could be smugglers."
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's just Leon make the realization, or maybe Leon just messed with Orient. It's like, yeah, I guess they could be smugglers.
Yeah. Manam?
I like that scene, and I like how Leon deal with Orient. And yeah, well, not say it's simple, but it's like I feel it is good, and I feel bad at the same time because, like, the time that he just wake up, like, Leon, wake up, take a shift. I will go 1 hour on back. Like Leon, oh, okay, just he didn't ask, he didn't like, I will do it, just do whatever you want. And the moment like he reunited with Orient in the last part, like there no single thought that Orient did something,
Yeah.
and but he just saw him there hiding. So like I don't know, and I like the deal that I'm gonna climb up. Oh, I'm gonna like raise you up. Like,
Sai?
I
Wait. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just I'm saying I like how Leon deal with Orient. Like I feel like it's good, but at the same time, as me, I feel bad because
Feels
like
bad.
it's
You feel
like
bad for him.
yeah, like
I love playing my character, and I love the way he plays his character, but I feel bad for playing my character this way because.
Yeah. So yeah, I like how Leon is moving, and I feel he starts like moving more than 60 feet because
Yeah.
he promised us 60 feet. Now he's 64 feet.
Right?
And
He's at 67. When you guys got here, he was at 67.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like every time you guys stop to rest, Leon moves another foot away.
Few feet.
Sai, your favorite Leon moment?
Well, I think it was a couple of things. One was actually, it was in combat. It was nice to see him just go full combat mode and be as deadly as we know he can. I mean, that like the crit hit when he was just bam, and this guy
Just
paralyzed.
stacked everything on top of it. It's like, okay.
But that, I mean, that was pretty that was kind of impressive. That was nice to watch. And Leon's unbounded, almost naive optimism at meeting people. Everything's just going to be fine. And it's one of the things I absolutely love about his character. For somebody who's so brutal in combat, to be kind of like, I don't know, I'm Mr. Happy and Fluffy, come and meet me, I really want to get to know you, is lovely. I really like that.
David?
As has already been said, I love this running gag of like every time it's like one foot further and then another foot further, and it's just steadily creeping up. It's just funny every time. But then I also loved Leon's predicament of being at camp, knowing that Orient was out there in the woods somewhere, having this sense of like, I should go look for him. I also can't leave Echo and Dan undefended. I also don't want to wake them up because they'll be mad at me. So I'm just going to strafe circle around the camp, just calling out for Orient, trying to find him. This like worst of all worlds compromise.
Yeah, that was my favorite. Is this because the way you play Leon, you can see this thought process working its way through this character, right? Like you can see him, he's standing there, he's holding his glaive, he's finally bored, and he's like, he should be here by now. What do I do? And he spends, I don't think that, for me, it wasn't that Leon waited an extra 15 minutes to make sure Orient was okay. I think that 15 minutes was the internal monologue struggle of what he should do before he made that decision. Like, his first instinct is just grab his glaive and run, right? Go find Orient. Then he's like, no, wait, but I can't leave them. But if I don't leave them, then Orient's out there by himself. So I could just wake them up, and then they would be able to defend themselves, but then they would be awake, and then they'd be mad. And if they're mad, they won't want me to go by myself. Then I can't go find him. And then I just see that whole circular logic thing working its way through Leon's brain to where he finally goes, okay, this is easy. As long as I can see them, they're safe. And I'll just yell.
I can guard the camp while also looking.
Yes, I can make this really bad in every single possible way, and that's Leon to a T. Like that is Leon's modus operandi. Is I want to do something. How can I do it the worst way possible and still feel?
He's chaotic, but he's chaotic with purpose.
Yeah. Like
everything he does, there's a reason. It's thought out. He's not just doing stuff to do it.
I would honestly say that I think Leon is probably one of the best examples I could give somebody who's new of what chaotic neutral looks like.
Yeah, it's not chaotic just to be random.
Right.
It's chaotic results based on thought out decisions.
Mm-hmm. So David, your favorite Dan moment? I know there was quite a few today too.
Just that gnome basically going, I'm casting a spell to make sure there's nothing hiding here. And Dan just going like, oh, they mentioned there was a haunted lighthouse here earlier. I'm just going to use telepathy to trick this guy.
Yeah. But do you remember who told you it was haunted?
I don't. It was just Dan having this conversation with Renata, and he's like vaguely hearing snatches of conversation that are going on, and heard like, oh, apparently there's a haunted lighthouse here.
Yeah.
And that was just there in the back of his mind. Just like, this will be
that conversation started with the rat and ended with them. So you kind of got part of that with the rat and part of it from them. So Dan piecing that together was hilarious. Manam, your favorite Dan moment?
I like how he interacts with his patron, and I don't know how many patrons inside him. I'll talk to him, but like I like how two of them. I don't know if they know each other, how they are opposite of each other, but it's kind of funny, and I feel sorry about Dan. Like he's confused, and I love the way he talked to the rats and the seagull. That he wanna get information, but he didn't get like what he exactly need. But they tell him about the flowy thing. The people will come with the flowy thing. So yeah, I like this interaction with Dan and and when he like transformed to female and he gets taller and like Orient was focusing to that person when holding the bow. Like when he turned there a female Dan beside him. Like okay, I'm gonna talk that later.
Sai?
I think my favourite Dan moment was when Echo was having a conversation with him, and Dan realising that it was Echo asking him what the name of his patron was the first time it occurred to him to actually ask the name of his patron. And there was like literally a light bulb moment that I've been doing this for 12 episodes and I haven't even bothered to ask yet. Favorite Dan moment?
Robert?
Oh, I think Orient mentioned this a little bit, but I forget the exact word of the conversation, but it's like, so that was the voice in your head? Oh no, that was the other voice in my head. And I would have me cracking up.
Um, David knows this because we play together on Tuesdays. I think he's just a brilliant actor. Yeah, just like I think you're a brilliant actor. The Dan moment that more stands out for me than most would be your interaction with Renata early on. That first conversation before everything else happened, where the two of you were just kind of like getting to know each other, and that small little conversation with the little tidbits that about your familiars and those kinds of things before everything kind of got a little crazy with Dan. That genuine moment where Dan's like, she might be Goblin. And then when you get closer, she's like, he's a gnome. She's like, much more friendly than the other ones were. But like I said, David, I think I think you personally are a brilliant actor. I think that everything you do is either hilarious or poignant. And I think that Dan particularly is probably my favorite character that you play. I watch you play a lot of stuff. I think this is my favorite. Not to be selfish that it's in my campaign, but I think this kind of weird, eclectic kind of thing is right in your wheelhouse, right where you kind of like slot in as a person. So I love that. But yeah, Dan's initial conversation with Renata is what really this sweetness where you're trying to, everybody else is kind of like, where Leon's trying to be friendly and Orient's posturing and Echo's trying to make an entrance so everybody notices her, and Dan's just like, hi, how you doing? What you got going on here? Just like this really inquisitive, like, you wouldn't have any doors on this boat, would you? But I really love that.
We're getting to that.
Yeah, I cannot wait until Dan starts opening and closing hatches. It's like, it's not a door, it's not a window, it's both. Like
Oh, goody.
yeah. So let's start with Robert. Your favorite DM story moment today?
Oh, I absolutely adored the in there with Manam failing all of his wisdom saves and the way that all played out. It's you left the gloves on, or you took the gloves off. That was a rough patch for Manam, and I appreciate you doing that because it made for great story, as tough as that scenario is on us.
Manam, he mentioned your little rough patch there. Your favorite DM story moment?
I liked how Ebony, that I don't know if she, like this character tried to test me the moment she asked that, why don't kill that dryad. So that this is some way a kind of test. Oh, I don't know, but it felt like, wow, she is like, and to the point. I wish, like, I hope they're not asking. I hope then she asked. So this is a good moment for Orient, and I felt it is very good for the DM, the one who, yeah, resent something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was
Cool.
like very interesting moment for me, and like, yeah, and it was funny and hilarious when Orient start massacring these people, and the first thing they do, run at the hell of there. Like, we don't know what that thing that killing us, but he's fat. We cannot see him. We're gonna run.
Smart people.
Sai?
I think my favorite DM moment is are the patrons inside Dan's head. They're distinct and they are unique, and getting to find out more about them is going to be really interesting.
David?
I really liked the whole scene of like the crew coming ashore and like Leon getting to speak to Captain Shauna, and the fact that you just showed like a couple of hints along the way. The fact that they were attacked by privateers, not like pirates or raiders, and the fact that like the cook died in somewhat shady circumstances. Just enough of a hint for us to pick up on and go like, okay, they are presenting us easy passage to the place we're trying to go, but there's a possibility that if we go with them, something bad will happen.
Decisions.
I think after what they've seen today, if they decide to fuck with us, that is basically, you might as well just be throwing yourself overboard.
Well, you don't know how many more of them there are there either. So
that's true. That's true. But we've demonstrated more than enough ability to really seriously do some stuff. That if they were thinking about that, it is something that they would be.
Well, I don't think any of them saw any of that. I think Renata will see that during the fight.
Yeah.
But I think you already made a friend in her anyway, right?
Yeah.
For me, I personally was pleased at the way the Ebony plot line today went very well. I have a really as a DM, I have a really hard time taking over people's characters. I dislike it because I feel it doesn't give them a sense of can't think of the word
agency.
You take away agency.
Agency, right? Take away their agency, and I dislike that. But I worked really hard on this to make sure that this was something that wasn't going to be. I just take over and there's nothing you can do about it, and you don't get to play, right? So I was trying to make sure that I was very careful in that aspect. And my question to you guys is what did you think? Did you think that came off as stealing his agency, or did you think it came off as balanced enough that it added to the story?
No, I think it was well handled. I mean, it was tied to wisdom saves, from what I could see, and he rolled poorly on those. So, I mean, there are consequences to roll the poor rolls, and sometimes the dice dictate what your character does, and you have to deal with it. And I think it worked out well. Like I said earlier, you took the gloves off. The results were harsh on us because of the rolls and because of the situation, and I enjoyed it. I think it's good storytelling. I think it worked out well.
I think a relevant detail is that last session was like the first time that Orient went out and started stabbing things in the woods to power up the dagger. Then he had like the second time going out, having the full context sort of be provided by having a conversation with Ebony Claw. And then the third time, that was when it's like, okay, you get the urge again, you're going to go out and go hunt something. And that's when you were like, now start making wisdom saves to escalate it to the point of like, you know what the dagger wants. It wants you to start killing people.
Yeah.
And that it's told you that like animals isn't going to be enough, and so there's like a certain degree of like you're losing agency, but in a way where like the consequences were explained to you ahead of time. It's not just and now I'm going to do something with no forewarning about it.
Okay.
And it's not. It's in the end. It's not like you didn't. For me, I don't feel you take anything because in the end, it is magic. And as Robert said, the poor rolling. So
even the survival checks leading into the wisdom saves are all garbage.
Yeah. So like example, if my survival check was high, I found a bigger animal and I killed it. That's good. But no, my survival check was garbage. My wisdom save, even I have like some kind of it's like good saving, still garbage. So it wasn't taking anything for you. I didn't feel and
Okay.
took anything for me.
Yeah, that was my biggest. What do you think, Si? I mean, everybody else has kind of pitched in already.
No, I agree. I'm my own feeling on it is that if it's appropriate to the situation and there has been enough story leading up to it in advance that it makes complete sense from a storytelling point of view, then I never have an issue with it. Especially if it's in further support of the story.
Okay, yeah, because that was my biggest. Like I said, I'm one of those DMs. I know there's a lot of DMs that will do that. I really hate taking agency away from. Thank you for remembering that word for me too. By the way, it was right stuck right there in the corner and just couldn't get it out.
You're welcome.
I dislike that because I think it undermines the rapport that DM and players have. Right? If the player thinks that the DM is just going to take over the character at any moment for whatever reason, they start to lose, like they're the ones that are in control of their own character. But I thought this was something that like you said, story driven. Like he had a lot of chances. There is consequences, and like David said, I did explain it to you. You were warned ahead of time. So I tried to make sure that came out right. And if anybody's watching and watches this later, if you want to leave a comment on YouTube or in the Discord about it, I welcome, as always, about anything that happens on these streams. I do welcome criticism and comments. Be civil. Constructive criticism is fine. Rude comments will be ignored and deleted. Those are kind of. I don't set a really high bar, but there is a bar. But I want to thank you all again. I look forward to Fridays, so I can hang out with you guys. So I can go through this mad, weird, unknown campaign with you guys. Like I had no idea. Like I had some idea what David was going to do with Dan, but I didn't know when or how. And until you started today, it was just like that's why I had to kind of like go off voice for a minute and double check with you that I did understand what the character was doing before I piled it on, before I cranked it up to 8 from 4, right? But I think I think we all have a good sense of our characters. I love playing with you guys. It makes my day, makes my week, and I hope that you guys enjoyed as much as I do. A little housekeeping again. Please make sure to like, subscribe, and share the videos on YouTube. We are trying to get to 200 followers. At 200 followers, I will be giving away a brick of these D&D minis, whatever the newest set will be, I believe. When we hit 50 subs, I'm giving away a copy to the same person, a copy of the Player's Handbook, the Dungeon Master's Guide, and the Monster Manual. All physical copies at 50 subs. Also, I think I'm going to go ahead. We still have some points to give away, points to use on the karaoke. I'm probably going to extend that another month. Or a couple weeks at least. We also have a couple new sponsors. As always, we have Comic Book World at comicbookworld.com. Great people. They're my local gaming store. One of my other local stores, which does not have a website yet, but if you live in the greater Cincinnati area, you can come down to Hebron and check them out. Three Brothers Gaming. They will be helping us support that. And then Dirty Dips Hydrographics, which does this kind of graphics. It's the hydrographics. I am working on getting some Loophole King stuff here. some merch that will be up on the site. We'll have a promo code and things like that. As always, please don't forget to, if you have a Amazon Prime subscription, you get a free Twitch Prime subscription that you can spend here. You can donate directly to the stream. You can join us on Patreon. Starting the second week of February, there will be, our patrons will start to get map packs. I'm currently working on a set of 5. I think I'm going to get 5. I think I'm going to get all 5 done. I know that there's 4. It may include 5. I'm hoping to get the 5th one done before the launch. But patrons will start to get access to map packs. I'm looking forward to that. It's something that's new. It does take quite a bit of time to make them. But I think it's something that we need. It's something that, since I enjoy doing it, I think it's something that the patrons, having extra maps is never a bad thing. Speaking of which, I love Foundry and all the people. If you go to Foundry's website, you see a ton of people who give away maps. In my maps library, you can see all of these, this list here. Most of them are free with the Foundry, included in Foundry. Great maps. Some of them are animated, something I do not know how to do yet. But there's a lot of stuff. These streams are brought to you by you guys, the viewers. We love doing it. Otherwise, we wouldn't show up every week. And it's brought, like I said, we appreciate it. We're doing well. Our Twitch... our yearly Twitch thing came out, and in the 6.5 months, 7 months, 7 or 8 months that we've been doing this, we've done quite well. Like I said, we're closing in on 200 followers. We're making the push to 50 subs. We've got I think we got about 60 people on Discord. We've got a great community that we've come across. Again, check out DM the Mark Knight, great guy. Check out Nat30. Check out tabletop_misfits. Big Wendy started a new stream on Sundays at 2 p.m. Eastern, because I believe it's 1 p.m. New York time or something like that. So it'd be 2 p.m. Eastern. So you can check them out. Check out the Nat30s. Great bunch of people. Just stop by our Discord. Stop by Mark's Discord. Check everybody out. You can find. I have a link to all of our Facebook, Twitter, Patreon, and all those pages right below there. It's all on one page. So click the link. It'll take you to the page. You can find the link that you want. And with that being said, we will see you next week. Hopefully the party does not die to the boule. It is kind of a heavy creature for him. But I think they're powerful enough. Maybe. But we'll see. You have to tune in and find out. I'm the Loophole King. My name is Rick. Signing out here from the dark side of the moon on the Blue Cheese Room. We love you guys. Stay safe. May all your rolls be crits, and may all your draws be lands. Thank you.